All right, we'll get started here in another minute or two. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all having a good Thanksgiving, hoping that you have all eaten or are going to eat something nice at some point tonight. I don't know. We tried the Costco tonkatsu and it was not good. It was just funky mushroom goo. Very extreme. Like, even if you like mushrooms, you'd be like, ugh. It was not good. I ate like a quarter of mine. And Greg was like, oh, I'll power through it. And as I was pouring mine out, he took another bite. He's like, no, you're right. I can't. It's, you know. Yeah, we ended up just going to Wendy's. Yeah, this was the. I ain't talking shit, but this is the one that we got. I was super excited, and it looked like that. Everything looked all right. The pork was okay, but everything. It wasn't even like aromatic, truffle-esque mushroom aroma. It tasted like that funky feet, vegan shoe leather preservative artificial mushroom funk. Yeah, avoid it. Unless you like stinky, rehydrated, synthetic mushroom miso funk. No. It is nothing like any tonkatsu ramen I've ever had. Avoid it. I would recommend the instant noodle tonkatsus before I would recommend that. It was like when I saw it, I was like, oh cool, it's got the bags of the bone broth base and concentrate and everything, and you just, pour them together and add the noodles and stuff. I was like, nah, bleh, no. I looked at it, it was just loaded with mushrooms. Because, there's the miso soup you get at places that's really delicious. Even the instant miso soup packets that you get from the grocery store, I love them. They taste great. But there's a certain kind that is really synthetic tasting and funky. To me, it tastes like shoe leather. And it's not good. This was that, but also with funky, like canned artificial mushrooms. I don't know how to describe it. I was very disappointed. I apologize to the local ramen ga, or how do you say a ramen store? All right, the throwables are on. Blue waffle allowed. Yeah, I really don't like mushrooms. If I have a broth that has a couple mushrooms in it or whatever, like I don't care that much. But like even now, after I have drunk some fruit juice and had a completely different meal, my burps still taste like funky mushroom. And I only ate like a quarter of the noodles. I felt bad throwing it out, but I'm glad DT is starting to get into the compositor.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
Much better now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Thanksgiving was a time, but I'm glad to be home.
Hell yeah.
I know Thanksgiving isn't today in Canada, but did you guys do anything?
Yeah, we had some Wendy's. Went to the gym.
Oh, hell yeah. The Gem Saloon. I've got an advice question.
Sure. For me?
For you
Yeah, yeah,
or
go ahead.
anyone. So, I have like a Wix website that, I just don't touch, like haven't touched
What
in
website?
like it's a Wix website. It's like a rujackart.com like domain.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just your basic run of the mill website that, I felt compelled to make, back when I was really looking for work, and pretty much the site is just like stuff that already exists on my Instagram, and when you click on like animations it just takes you to my YouTube. So it's kind of like redundant. Um and I apparently forgot that I had changed my payment method, or like the debit card that was on file, because I've had this site
Mm-hmm.
for like 5 years. I had changed it, and also acquired a credit card in the meantime. So I basically wasn't paying for the site for like 3 years, and on a whim. I just like rechecked the activity of it, and it is pending, but it's basically hitting me with like, hey, if you want to keep the domain, if you want to keep your Wix site, um, it's like a $600 like charge, because like I just haven't paid for the last like 3 years, and I'm kind of just wondering, do I really care that much about this? Like,
No,
would I
I
rather
wouldn't. Like I
just let
said,
it let the
I,
domain wilt, like just let it die?
yeah, you can make any other domain. You
Yeah,
make anything, even if you don't have the one for your name. If I don't have a foxinspace.com
yeah, you
or
could
the
just do your
violence,
name.
I tried to get the violence.com and they wanted
Yeah.
6 figures just to talk.
Whoa.
And I told them, I was like, this is my YouTuber website, this is my Patreon, this is how much I make. They didn't even respond to me after that. It's like, all right, go ahead
Damn.
and sit on the violence.com for another 20 years. And, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth having a website anymore, just because I'm like YouTube
no,
and Instagram, like no one has reached me through my website
no.
ever.
Not
Yeah.
for paying 600 fucking dollars, no.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
just
letting
like,
my.
this
I just got
is
my
so not
GoDaddy
worth it.
emails at the end of the year. Now they're like, "Oh, you're gonna lose a foxinspace.com." I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah. Someone asks, did you try a Russian domain for the violence? That's
Like
an
the
interesting idea.
violence.ru.
Yeah, I mean that's
I
kind
don't
of
know what the point
kind
of
of
that would
boss.
be. I have the violence.tv. It's TV, the violence. I got that one
So
for
you
like
you
$90,
do use
but
sites?
no, I just reserved the website in case I ever make one. It's been like 3 years and I have no plans on making a website.
So you're gonna probably just let those dissolve and just
Yeah.
like
I
okay,
don't know. It's just $200 a year that I'm
right?
wasting at this point.
Yeah,
And yeah, someone else will buy it up from me. I don't care. Or someone else will buy it up for whatever thing. I haven't said what the actual final name of my production company is going to be. And if that website isn't available, I will change my production company name to something else and get the website for it. I'm not in any hurry for that stuff. Everybody
but I
knows
guess
me
my
on.
question is like, what is like the urge to acquire the website? Like, why
In
even
case I
bother?
wanted to post everything there, in case YouTube takes a shit and I can't post anything there without censoring it.
Then wouldn't it be more prudent to do that once you cross that bridge and like
Yeah.
stuff is shut
Yep.
down? Like, so there's,
Yep.
I'm just saying, there's no point in doing it now.
No, I feel like I've wasted the money.
Yeah.
Back, this is like 3 or 4 years ago that I got it. I'm like, yeah, episode 2 is gonna come out, and then I'm gonna need to host it somewhere else. And it's like, no, there's no
Yeah.
real need.
Okay. Cool. I'm
My
gonna try
opinion.
to. Yeah, it's like still in the pending because like I woke up this
Mhm.
morning and I just saw like $600 like Wix like
No.
pending charge. I'm like, the fuck. So I was like, yeah, nope. I'll be back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Sure. This is just part of the previously where James and Vixie moved to their new home on Titania to help Andros with his project. Before everything goes wrong. Yeah, I hear a lot of people are getting their wolves shipped. Yeah, they told me that they weren't going to ship until December 30th, but hey, people getting them almost a month early, I see no complaint with that. At least not for me, anyway. Damn, I'm almost done with this.
Wonderful.
Hey, boss.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, hello.
I've been messing around with a compositor recently.
Yeah, I hear. Isn't it great?
Yeah, no, dude.
It's
Dude,
like a built-in video editor. That's literally what it is. It's got all the effects. There's so much more. Just when you think you know everything that's in there, there's so much more to look at. Like, make sure you go over all of the compositor nodes. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah. I do wanna abuse the hell out of the chromatic aberration, but I feel like I don't want to overuse. I feel like it matches my style, but I don't want to overuse it.
I use a
It's
very
like, oh.
subtle setting of it on my
Yeah.
scenes now. Have a good one, Mirror. We'll see you around. Hey, Boogs, how's it going?
Damn, it says it was already paid on the site.
Wait, what?
On my Wix account, like in the account itself, it says that the 600 was paid.
Hmm.
In my bank account, it says it's still pending. I feel
Well,
like
that means they've charged you.
yeah, like I feel like even if I try to fight them on it, I didn't cancel it yet, so they're just gonna
Damn.
be like, well, you paid for it. I mean, I guess I'll keep it for another like 2 years because apparently they changed it so it's like they bill you every 2 years now.
That sucks.
Yeah.
You gonna be all right?
Oh yeah, it's fine. I'm
Yeah, it's just
like,
really lame. It's like when I signed my sister up for
Yeah.
Christmas for a makeup thing.
mhm.
It was like $300, and I did not sign up for it for a second year, and they charged me at the beginning of the second year.
Oh,
I had to email them and tell them, and it's like, well, if you do this, unfortunately, we are going to have to take action, and I will be sending this to my attorney, blah blah blah. And then they emailed me back like a day later, like, all right, we've refunded the money, because they hadn't even sent me anything yet.
yeah.
This is like, oh, it's like, no, this is not what I wanted.
Yeah.
I got this
It
for
says
my,
if
like, she
I-
doesn't even live there
Yeah.
anymore, and all, like, I had to send them 3 emails and threaten lawyer stuff to get rid of it.
Yeah. Life.
You can always get a hold of your bank and do a stop payment, and then email the people saying, like, I didn't mean to sign up for this. I didn't, you
That's
know.
true. I could try doing that tomorrow. Yeah, it says for me to like close everything out. They're like, you need to transfer the domain, and I'm like, well, I just want it to die. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just want it to disappear.
Because right now, like, mine just forward the viewer to my YouTube channel anyway.
That's cool. Honestly, I should just have it do that. I wonder if I
DT,
still
what,
need to
what are
pay.
you... Have you ever used the line art modifier for this stuff?
I have, but I like doing hand-drawn lines because I just like the crookedness of it a little more.
Now, what if I told you... Hold on a second. I just want to show you something.
Go for it.
Let's see. Yeah, Nicole, happy Thanksgiving. What shot is this? 103. All right, let's hide the models. Let's hide the grease pencil. So what I have here, I have a line art maker with all the settings put in just right. So I've got my the lines here. And what I do, I had a sample simplify, so it gives them all these extra vertices. And then I add a noise to it.
You turn your lineup modifier into actual grease pencil strokes.
Well, that's what a line art modifier does. And then, because you have to have a grease pencil object to set it to. And then, and it does it based on the camera view. But now, because if you don't add the simplify thing, it just looks like this. Like, whoops. Yeah, like there's no extra. It's just these straight lines. So you add the sample simplify to give it more like that, and then you add a noise modifier that gives it this crookedness to it with noise scale and how much you want to make the lines mess up like this. Noise scale, make it like bigger, more crooked like that, or just a little subtle. Same thing with thickness. You can change the thickness to make them look like that. And the truly crazy thing you can do, because grease pencil can't do 3D stuff like depth of field and whatnot. So even if it's 3D like this, it only has one blur setting. So what I do is I apply everything, and now I've got this stuff, and then I convert it to a Bezier curve. Delete the grease pencil thing, and I go to the Bezier curve. And create an actual. This is not a good example because it's not working just right. Let me find a different file that already has it.
Right, but you convert it to a Bezier curve so that you can actually apply the proper blur.
The depth of field and stuff, it's actually 3D. So, because if you're just using black for your outlines and stuff like that, I wish you'd send that file to me. Would you be all right sending that?
I can send you the
ring?
file, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Send it on over. And all of the lines and scuffs and scratches you've already drawn there, I can join those. Yeah, send it to me and let me show you.
Is it too big?
Because I use the line art modifier to make all of the basic, lines of the pipes and everything, but then I still do go in and draw the little scratches and stuff like you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta pee though, I'll be right back.
Good luck. If you have a burning sensation while you pee, you should probably see a doctor.
Rare Parrot Steer Our Crayon Time. What is that, a magic spell?
Yeah.
It translates to, I haven't paid my subscriptions this month. Welcome to Magic Spell for ICQ. Quote of the day. Day Z, D, Z, give me your answer true. All right, camera. Is there a cam? Okay, there's the camera. So what I would do here, so you have a grease pencil object that already has all this lines and stuff here. Okay.
There's
Wear
a
and
grease
tear.
pencil object for all the lines that's called wear and tear, yeah. And then
I
there's
see.
like 3 other grease pencil objects that are like the lighting coming from the windows.
So what I would do, I would hide that one. I'd go in here and add a grease pencil stroke object, delete the stroke. Well, leave a stroke in there so I can click it. And then for this camera angle, I'll go to the modifier, add a line art modifier. Just, instead of collection, just do scene, so it's everything. Layer, lines layer, material, stroke layer. I would hide the dude.
Yeah, all the 3D models are in their own layers, so there's Dude 3D and Pal 3D,
Yeah.
which are the character models.
So now you've got your line art here. I'll go ahead and delete that thing. So what I would do, I'd make a copy of this and apply it. So now we've got the actual stuff for the lines,
Oh wow.
and it's applied. So like this I could just delete that. It's actually there. Like it's not re-rendering it every frame. So you're gonna have a different one for each camera angle. See, if you go over here and look at it, it's gonna be all screwed up because it's based on the camera space.
Yeah, so it's in camera. Yeah.
And so, and if you don't want some of these lines, you can erase them. But I like to get it set up where then I add a simplify, which I set to sample. And you can see here, like, it adds definition per inch or per millimeter or whatever. And I give it about that much. You can give it more if you want, because then we're going to add a noise filter. And it's important to add the noise filter after the simplify. I mean, go ahead and do the simplify, and now for the noise scale, it always starts the noise scale at 0. You gotta figure out like how long the strokes of randomness are going to be, but you do it very, very subtly, just a little bit. Same thing with the thickness. The thickness is where you really start to see it. And then, yeah, the scale. How if you want to change the base thickness, you just go to the grease pencil object down to strokes, and then, do this number here.
Mm-hmm.
And then go back to the modifier, the noise. You find the noise you want. You just want it a little subtle, but you can see like the imperfections. Noise scale, like that, and then like how far you want it out. If you don't want it to change the lines of it at all, you can just do the thickness like that. But I do
And
like the position just a tiny little bit.
Yeah.
Just
And
a
these are
little.
strokes that are real. Like I can mod it. Like I can get in there. Like these have points. These are vertices.
Yeah,
there.
they will when I apply all this. So now I've applied that, and now I'm going in and see. Yep, it's all just grease pencil strokes that you can delete
wow.
and move around. But you will notice if, let's say we put depth of field. I don't know if you've messed around with depth of field yet.
Not yet. No.
But yeah, depth of field. Change the f-stop down to something really small. I'm going to hide the grease pencil strokes just so we can get this here. Oh, I'm going to turn off this thing first. One is the
I believe the grease pencils that are the light, they're just labeled light on the outliner. Yeah.
I'm just wondering why your depth of field is blocky like this for some reason.
Is it? I don't know. I haven't touched my depth of field in any of my.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a setting. Oh yeah, what is this glow? Oh, that's the okay. Never mind. We're good.
Oh yeah, no, the glow on it, that's a grease pencil stroke.
Yeah.
Like,
If you
instead of
notice
putting-
that like the glow on it is kind of blocky right here, you can
Yeah.
fix that by going to the effects and where it says samples, set this up to like 32, and now it looks really nice. Because if you have the samples down really low, it's only that many passes. See, so if you see this effect and you don't like it, just turn it all the way up to 32. That's as high as it'll go. And then let me hide some of these real quick. So yeah, assuming we're going to do depth of field, so okay, you can bring depth of field if you want depth of field. You can set your f-stop down really low and then set the focus distance to whatever. But I just want to show you this extreme example. See how like front is in focus and now the back of the ring is in focus and then front of the ring's in focus again. Now when you bring in your grease pencil there, you'll notice like even if you put your grease pencil, you give it a blur effect and you turn on use depth of field, it will work. But there's only one blur point for a grease pencil. It's meant for like a flat character.
Right.
And it can't like, oh well, the stuff in the back is less blurred and the stuff in the front is more blurred. It won't do that. You see notice all of it is in focus, even the stuff that's far away and close. Grease pencil is not on the 3D pipeline, so it can't really do that. So it's either all in focus or none of it's in focus. See, like even here in the back where the back of the ring is in focus, the back part is still blurry. It's all one blur. So to get around that, we convert the grease pencil into a Bezier curve. So now we've got our squiggled grease pencil stuff. I'm going to right click, convert to Bezier curve, hit tab, going to go in. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and delete the entire grease pencil object. So now find that Bezier curve that we just made. Let me go back. So convert to Bezier curve. So that's the, okay, it's called lines. I'm going to delete that. And now we've got this Bezier curve. It doesn't have any definition to it, but it's still got our data in there. So I'm going to go down here to its material. We're going to add a new material, just make it emissive and make it black. So it's always black no matter what. And then we go to the Bezier curve properties, down to geometry, and do depth, I think. Yeah, whoops. Hold shift while doing that. And now it comes out here as a Bezier curve. And it still looks the same. It's still black and everything, but now look, watch when I shift the depth of field.
Right,
See?
because now it's like a real 3D object.
Yep, Bezier curve is an actual 3D space.
Because grease pencil's blur depends only on its origin. So if the origin is out of focus, everything will be out of focus.
When you do the little blur effect and tick the box that says use depth of field, it's only considering the origin point, because it's just the way it is. It's a single blur that it passes over the entire object. You got it. But yeah, this is what I use for the lines in my cartoon. I convert all of them over to, huh?
I will have to do one. I will have to do one of these one line modifier for every shot, though.
Yep. And well, here now I'm gonna put this stuff back in, and now I'm going to take all of your scratches and stuff, convert them to a Bezier curve. And now I'm going to delete the wear and tear, and now I've got your this stuff. I'm going to control click on the other one, and now I'm going to hit control J. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to increase the thickness of yours a little bit. And now connecting. Let's see what that does. There. So now your wear and tear is now a part of the scene's Bezier curve lines. So if I do the focus distance now, it's going to look a little. See?
Oh wow, cool.
And the same thing with these. If you put blur on them, use depth of field.
Now the one with the lights, those ones are specific. So like that one I can
Yeah, you want that blur to stay that way no matter what. So what you would do is you would make, a blur for that, for what you want it to be, and then under that blur you would add another blur that specifically only uses depth of field. See, so it adds the blur of what the soft light is supposed to be, even if it's in pure full focus. And then you add a blur that adds blur if it's out of focus. So even more. So here, like what we'll do there. Yeah, now changing the focus of it back and forth. It's gonna, see, even when they're in perfect focus, they still have that first blur effect that keeps them soft on the edges. And you're not going to have depth of field in every single shot, but if you did want to do it, if you had it here, like, say we just put a monkey in the middle here. And it won't be perfect. If there's anything blurry in front of a grease pencil, it won't look right. And there's nothing you can do about that until Grease Pencil 3 gets fully done. Yeah, putting depth of field on here. Now again, you can do focus distance up close to the camera, in the back, middle, front.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, if you want to get around the grease pencil only having 1 point of blur reference, you have to convert it to a Bezier curve. Oh, and also the material for the Bezier curve, I said to make it like a black emission so it doesn't give or receive light or whatever. You also want to go to its material and turn off shadow mode, so the scuff lines don't cast shadows unless you want them to, but no, it'll look weird and you'll see like shadows casting on the ground just from the outlines and things. But yeah, this is at least in Blender 4.1. Before they, I can't move forward because they don't even have half of the grease pencil operators migrated over yet. Give them another 6 months, maybe they will. But like, this is what I do right now. Makes for some really, really nice blurry cartoon lines if something's out of focus. Yeah, if you ever get down to doing this and you want a refresher over this stuff, just let me know when you're working on it and I'll walk you through it again. Or maybe we could do an alpha on there too. Let's look. There we go. And see, now you can just make it black with like that, and then change the alpha. Like if you don't want them to be fully visible, you can actually make their alpha go down. You just want them to be a little like a pencil sketch line.
Cool.
Yeah, if you know all the workarounds and stuff, you really can do anything in this.
Yeah, I've reached the point where I can do paintings and stuff like that in Blender. It's like I'm convinced that I can do basically anything. I showed some of my work, like I showed an animated like the dance that I did earlier to a friend. And it's like, oh, did you use Premiere or like did you use some kind of video? Like, no, I did it all in Blender. Blender has a compositor.
How did you do your composition? In the Blender Compositor. The Blender Compositor.
Okay. Here's my next question. Can I keyframe? Like, can I have one grease pencil object, do the line art modifier, do that, and then switch to a different camera angle, and then do a different keyframe? And then
no,
or do I have to have a different object for every shot?
You can leave it. You can leave it as a grease pencil object and it will render those line art modifier lines on every frame. You can do that, but if you want to use depth of field, it will not work because it has to stay a grease pencil object. I wanted to know if you could put keyframes on a Bezier curve object like in grease pencil. Like, oh, it's these Bezier curves on frame 2, but when it goes to frame 3, it's a completely different set of Bezier curves. You can't do it. So the scene where James McLeod is docking into the docking bay and he's flying through that thing and they're scanning his ship, I used the line art modifier on that live, but nothing was out of focus on that scene. If I wanted to do it that way, I wouldn't have been able to. Because that's the thing, like once if you're like, oh, what if I apply it and make it Bezier curves? But see, like when you go over here out of the camera, it's all gonna look weird.
Yeah.
And you won't see any lines on this side because this is a view behind the camera. Yeah, we should get in there and fool around with it sometime. And
yeah.
Would you like the mouse wheel zoom to zoom in exactly where your mouse cursor is aiming?
Nah, it's fine. I use the 3D cursor to focus on stuff.
Okay. Because like here it's only zooming in toward. Oh, you have it zoomed in on 3D cursor. Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, like because I find
didn't know about that.
It's really easy to just click on the outliner, and then Shift S and cursor to 3D object, and then it's like, oh, I'm just focused on this one object. Or when I'm sculpting, I just click on the character's hand, and it's already focused on the hand or the finger.
I got you.
It's weird.
No,
I know.
That's not. That's cool. Not just, in default Blender, it zooms to the center of where your camera's facing, and I didn't know for a year that you could go into preferences and do like zoom toward mouse position.
Yeah.
But no, like I didn't know you could do it to the 3D object either. That's
the 3D cursor
great.
also makes it really handy because I like rotating and moving things around the 3D cursor.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, I want the origin point of this object to stay here, but I want to be able to rotate it from this angle. So I would just click, select 3D cursor to select it and then rotate it, I do funky things like that.
Hell
It's a little weird, but it's how it works. How I like to work.
I'm gonna hop off here, guys. We'll talk to you later.
You going to bed?
Yep. That would be the plan. Have a good night, guys.
See ya.
Villain, what do you mean how do you set what up? Zoom towards mouse position? You just go to preferences, you go to navigation, and it's just right here, zoom to mouse position. This little guy right there. All right, let me go hug Greg. I'll be right back.
Man, I do love doing shit by hand.
Hey, boss.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going?
I am full.
18. Thanksgiving dinner was good. Sounds like Thanksgiving dinner was really good.
Oh man, it was great. I've just been laying on my bed, reading and farting.
Food coma. That's what a food coma sounds like. But hey, how did your pie turn out, actually?
I mean, it was good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, it's good. It's a passable sugar cream pie, but it's not my grandma's recipe. Because that one ended up being more firm, but like an actual sugar cream pie is like gooey. It has a more like gooey sort of consistency. And the only person that has my grandma's recipe is my sister. And, well, family and all that.
Hey, boss.
Hello. But it was a lovely Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's good. just I don't know, just made some noodles for dinner, and my brother made some chicken, and we just kind of sat around and hung out for a little bit.
Nice.
And, yeah, it was simple, but I wanted to make a run to like Publix, and it's like, screw it, I'm just gonna buy like a cheap apple pie and just have some apple pie for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But it's closed. It is closed, sadly, so I'll get some tomorrow. It's fine. But other than that, I learned how to use the lineup modifier now. And as if I didn't have enough power before from the freaking compositor, I have even more power now.
Oh yeah, line art modifier is groundbreaking.
Now, DT.
Now DT.
Sorry. Now, talking about where you have it render on every keyframe, just one object, and like if the camera angle changes, it can still do that if it's the line art modifier, but you can't do depth of field stuff. In the new Blender, you can put that line art modifier grease pencil object on a geometry node to where it only uses actual 3D materials. Then it would work, but like I said, that's new Blender. Half of their shit isn't even imported over yet. But once they do, you won't have to convert it to Bezier curve and make one for every single camera angle. You can just use that. But yeah, if you get stuck on it, I saved the one that I just made. If you want me to send it back to you, if you want to poke at it sometime, but
nah, it's fine. I saw what you were. The only thing that I need to ask now is how do you
offset
put
there?
like, huh?
What thing now?
How do you put? Because like right now, I did the liner modifier and I applied it, but it still has very few control points. How is it that you added extra control points?
Simplify. You got to put a sample simplify modifier
Sample
before.
simplify.
It'd be simplify. Bottom. Yeah, and then set the type of sample or mode to sample, not fixed, but sample. And that's where you put how many points. Open up edit mode of your grease pencil object, and you'll be able to zoom in and see how many points are there.
Oh, but like
hit A and select all. Yeah, on stroke edit mode.
No, but like there's no stroke on this edit mode. It's all the liner modifier. Should I put a stroke in there so I get a point of reference?
Is the line art modifier not?
Yeah, no, the liner modifier.
Oh no, your line. There you go. Yeah, you have to have line art on in edit mode. So now while you're in edit mode, hit A, select everything, and now go back to the sample simplify modifier and very carefully hold shift and drag the length value down very slowly. Because if you do it where it has like 1 million in between every one, your Blender will lag. Set it like 0.01 and go from there, and then try 0.001. Actually, yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah. I have this. Okay, I put this stroke right here for reference. And
Yeah. And now, but that's got to be above your noise thing. Grab the right. Yeah, there you go. And now go to the noise one and you have to set your noise scale up from 0. It always starts at 0. It's so dumb. Yeah, it won't do it until you set your noise scale up. There you go. Yeah. It says 0, so when it's at 0, it only affects the end points. It's kind of dumb. Yeah, set your noise scale up to, you know what you want it at. Once you set the scale, that's the. Yeah, like really far up.
So that's gonna cut like a good 60% of the work, and then like all these like middle ones right here.
Yeah, because I'll add the basic ones in with the modifier, and then I go in and draw.
Wow, look at that! Damn, that's pretty cool.
Saves you a lot of work. That's why when I saw you were doing that, I was like, wait, let me I'm sure you'd tried it before and knew that it was just like, oh, well, yeah, it's just literally the lines tracing the models. They're very flat. It's like once you add a little definition to them, it can change a lot.
The thing about it is that if this stays grease pencil, like if it's just a grease pencil like object, I can when I change the camera angle, I can just pop out a new frame, apply another modifier, and have another like have it work from a different angle.
Duplicate it, make a copy of that. You know, like make a duplicate, turn that into a Bezier, whatever.
Yeah, the problem will be having like if I have like a bunch of different camera angles. If I have like a 6 or 7, I have to have 6 or 7 sets of Bezier curves for every angle.
Yep. And I want to show you.
That's what I have to do with my comic.
I want to show you another little thing. Because you're saying you want certain things to go invisible when their active camera is no longer, like when it switches cameras, it makes the new things visible. And like all the objects on camera 1 should only be visible when camera 1 is the active camera. The second that you go to the next shot and it becomes the next like camera 2, you want all of camera 1's objects to disappear and not be rendered. Yeah, I want to show you something really, really neat. Because this is one thing about grease pencils. You think like, oh, I have 20 grease pencils in one scene. But if they're all empty, they don't render. Because, you know, you're like on camera 10, so grease pencils 1 through 9, they've already been shown, but all of their frames are empty. Even if their frames are empty, and you have effects on them like blur and sharpen or whatever, they still slow Blender down, even if they have no frames to render. Like once you get to like 10 camera frames and you have...
Oh, hold up. Okay, so line art is active. Like, hold on.
Yeah, it's based on camera. You have to move the camera around.
Oh, but
the parts that aren't showing are because the grease pencils are in the way.
But like that already looks really cool.
Yeah.
With that like noise wiggling.
Yeah, that'll like.
Also, leave it still and go back to your noise your noise modifier.
Noise.
Yeah, and scroll down and turn on you got randomized turned on.
Yeah.
Open that up. So that's it's on 4s. If you hit play right now, hit play and watch it.
Oh, it's so slow. But yeah, it wiggles.
Yeah, because it's on 4s. Open that back up and set it to 1 instead of 4. And now watch it. So that's like the actual frame. Because you know some cartoons do that. The Wiggle Home Movies. Dr.
Yeah,
Katz
I always have my
thing.
noise set to 4s because I feel like 2 and 1 is too many. And have it to set to 4s because it's like, oh, every 4 frames you move. So like the least amount of noise that I put on anything, the least amount of frames is always on 4s. Oh, but like again, this already it looks really cool.
Can you explain to Villain Productions how you set up the zoom to 3D cursor thing?
Oh, it is.
Is it in preferences?
It's right here. You press N, and it's right under view on this like right-hand menu right here. Here, I'm like super big so you can get.
Lock to 3D cursor or?
Yeah, right here, lock to 3D cursor.
Yeah.
So it is under, when you open up this menu, usually opens up on items. You go down to view right here, and there's 2 options: lock to 3D cursor and lock camera to view. So you just click on lock to 3D cursor and it stays. And then also right down here, there's lock camera to view, which allows you to like move your camera around.
Hell yeah.
Which is nice because if you know how to like control and move your camera in 3D space and you find it hard to like, oh, I gotta like grab it and like, you know, I gotta select my camera and like move it around. It's like, no, lock the camera to your view, zoom in, zoom out, and get that like, okay, I want it right here and move it right here, you know.
Thank you.
And I use this in tangent with my 3D cursor rotation. I set this up and I set the 3D cursor and I can like, oh, I can move this around, I can move it around based on the 3D, because it's really easy to just like, oh, this is my point. For example, if I have my character right here, it's like, this is my point of focus. I'm gonna put my 3D cursor right there, and then just
Yeah, and then
rotate
find the
my
angle
camera.
that you want. Right.
Yeah,
That's cool.
rotate and move my camera around it. You know, so like when I rotate
It's
the
quicker
camera,
than
it
making
moves.
an empty. with it on my character, it kind of looks like that "Take on Me" video.
Yes, it does. Okay, that
Take
video is
on
cool though. That
Yeah.
video is cool. It's
Like the
cool.
slow rotating around it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. Wow. Okay. So, note to self: use the liner monitor. Does it have a limit? Like if I like go over here. Nope, it's on everything. Okay.
It tries to put it on everything in the camera. Now you can set it. You can set it to be only stuff in a certain collection. You can exclude things from it.
Ooh.
Here, click on one of these objects in the room, a punching bag, anything. Okay, now go to its orange square properties.
Wait, hold on. I have to click on the.
No, you've got it. It's fine. Go to its orange, just its object properties.
Oh, here. Okay.
Yeah, and go down to viewport display, or no, next one, line art.
Oh.
Every
the specific
object is
thing.
inclusive or inherited by default. Change the usage to exclude. And now it is excluded from all line art now.
Huh.
So, because if you have like certain things that you don't want, like the ropes, if you don't want the ropes on the boxing ring to have lines around them,
Huh.
it will exclude them.
Okay, so if I click on this guy.
Yeah, or like your character, you don't want them on your 3D models when you're looking around. You click on
yeah,
your
that's
character
true.
and set his mesh line art thing to exclude. I forget the rules for inherit, include, and all of the other options, but I'm sure you can hover your mouse
Yeah, I can
over
play
it or
around with
something,
it
and
and
it'll
figure it out.
tell you what they are.
Wow.
Yeah, line art modifier is great. You can also click on an object and add a line art modifier specifically for that object. Here, check out on my screen. So I've got all these objects here. And say I just want one of them to have one. I click on that, and you do what is it? Shift A? Yeah, Shift A, grease pencil, and you go to object line art. It will automatically see. It automatically puts one just on that object,
Oh wow.
or like based on where the camera is, of course. So if you notice, it creates a grease pencil object with a black stroke material and already a line art modifier attached to it. So if I have this new scene and I've got all this other stuff in the scene in the same collection, and I'm in the camera, and it's like, I want to add a grease pencil for the entire scene or for this entire collection. You just shift add grease pencil, and there's three options. You can add one for the entire scene, for the collection that you have selected up in the outliner, or just for the specific object you have selected. So if I do object line art, all right, well, I'll do it on one of the monkeys first. Always look in the grease pencil objects modifier. The very first value that you can change in a line art modifier is what is the source? Is it this object? Is it the whole collection? And then, if you set it to collection, then you have to state one of the, because I keep mine like world, car, table, things like that. But if you just want it on everything in the scene, you would just click scene.
This is where naming your shit comes in handy.
I
Always name your objects.
everything.
Okay, like some objects I don't name. Some objects I'll just, for example, like the entirety of the boxing ring is just one big group that is just named boxing ring. It's just named gym. I'm not gonna name every punching bag and every rope. But if you have something specific, like the dude model, it's just it's a scene or it's a collection that is just called Dude 3D, and that's my 3D model. and I sometimes like keeping the body parts separated because when I'm animating on layers, there's certain parts that's like, oh, I want to hide the arms so that I can see the torso of the model better. So I just hide the hands and hide the arms so I can see the movement of the torso. So I can like draw it on the back layer, and then I do vice versa so I can see only the hand of the model so I can like animate it on the top layer and stuff like that. And that's why I kind of like keeping it separated still.
I'm pretty sure the line art thing is in the grease pencil video. I'm not sure. Not 100% sure. But if there's anything I've ever talked about that you can't find in the video, do not waste time trying to skim through the video and look for it. Just ask me. If I'm here, you can ask me. You can send me a message on Discord. I answer messages on Discord.
What's the thing? Do not hesitate. Call now. It could be yours today.
Right on. Yeah, this is my life. Blender is my life. I don't mind answering anybody's questions about any of this stuff.
Honestly, same. The more people use Blender, the better, I think. Like, join the cult.
The more
We're
people
over
I
here
can
making
get to help
filth.
with my shit.
Why didn't you make it in Procreate, you coward?
You know, I don't like drawing on glass. That's the one thing that I love Procreate.
Them
it is
fighting
cool.
words.
Don't get me wrong, I think the program is really cool, but I've used it a bit, and I don't like the stylus, and I don't like drawing on glass. It doesn't feel... One thing that I will give the
Hey,
Apple
Clyde,
Pen a
how's it
lot of
going?
merit is that you can use the side of the pencil to side sketch, and that's the one thing that you really
Yeah.
cannot do with a Wacom tablet. It's like, yeah, no, good. But
You may think it's crazy.
Hey, bud, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just get some more in-betweens done. There's one hand missing. Yeah, do not, no, not, never, norver. Do not use any grease pencil past 4.1 right now. They got all this nice, cool, fancy shit that they're showing you in the new Grease Pencil 3.0, but they have not migrated even a third of the total operators for the Grease Pencil over yet. You know, like select random, twist, rotate, like all of the things that you can do to a Grease Pencil. There is a giant, long-ass laundry list of the things that they have not transferred or migrated from the old Grease Pencil system yet, and they're going to be doing it for a while. Villain, if you were added to the server and you can see the chat rooms, or a chat room called Blender, that is the Blender group. If you see the chat room in the Fox in Space public server, you have the Blender role. Yeah, dude, if you want to get on that scripting stuff, I mean, shit, I could do a scripting lesson on stream right now. It'd only take like 5 or 10 minutes. If you're around, if you're interested, I can show you where to look for the lines of code, how to copy them to a script, and then make, you know, a keybind that activates that part of the script. It'd take like 5-10 minutes, if anyone's interested. But yeah, let me find. I assume your name is the same, Villain. Joined 5 days ago. Yeah. Oh, you do only have a regular name. My bad. You should have the Blender thing. And I will, if you're interested in the grease pencil stuff, I'll give you the grease pencil room as well. But don't go to the grease pencil room to ask a question that doesn't have anything to do with grease pencil. I kind of want to keep them separated. I mean, if you ask, if there's nowhere else for you to go to ask the question, just ask me or ask DT or Rex or somebody. But if you have a question that's specifically grease pencil, like you're in grease pencil and you can't find something, ask that in the grease pencil room if you want. I mean, you can ask it in the regular Blender room, but a lot of people in there aren't doing grease pencil. So yeah, you should be able to see the room now. Yeah, that's like cue the Family Guy. Why aren't we funding this thing? But yeah, I'm gonna do that. If you wanna see some scripting, let's make a script, not an add-on. An add-on, it's not super more complicated. You just have to paste some stuff at the beginning of it. But let's say I wanted to make a script that every time I ran that script, it moved whatever object I have selected to the right. So what I would do here, I would make an info tab. This info tab gives you every single line of code just about that is executed. Let's say I rotate this camera. It just did this command. Object selected, transform this mode, all of this stuff. So you can copy that to a script. Let's say you want to make a basic operator. You go to Templates, Python, Operator Simple. Notice this now, all of these things, you want to make a custom pie menu, custom panel, all that stuff. All of these are here, and you click on one, like Operator Simple, and it gives you all this. I can't remember why, but you're supposed to delete this class method thing. But this is it. Clyde, if you're watching, this is what I do right here. You go to Template, Python, and do Operator Simple. And let me see if I can remember. I can bring up mine and paste stuff in, but I'd rather show you here. Okay, ID name, this is what you're going to type into your key map. So I'm going to call this, I'm going to just leave it as simple operator. And this is its ID name. Let's just call it Freddy.move1. Let's be Fred's move command. And this is where your code would go. So we would take this line and paste it in here. Remember, it's Python, it's got to be tabbed. So this should work. And it calls it at the bottom here. Let's see. Or wait, I think, no, we've imported BPY, so that's a redundancy. Take that out. That should be it. No. Hold on. Wait, what did it do? Wait, I changed the name of something, didn't I? Let me go back before we change the names of all this stuff. All right. So without I haven't changed anything. This is the template. When you do the template, this purple class method thing, I can't remember why they said, but you delete the class method part here. It's unnecessary or something. And then your code goes here. So yeah, I'm gonna, let's say rotate selected object on that by this much. You copy that line of code, and for the main context, you paste it there, indent it, and now it should work when I hit, yep, see? It does that command. Let's say I wanted to rotate it, scale it down. We can take that line of code, copy paste it in there, and then go into edit mode. Then we go into edit mode, paste that in here, and then we select all, take that, paste it here, and then what could we do here? Bevel. We do a bevel, copy that, paste it here. So now we've got this entire thing that runs based on what we've got selected. Let me make another object, cube over here, do whatever to it, change it into something, right? And now when I have this object selected and I press this, it's going to rotate it, it's going to scale it, it's going to take us into edit mode, it's going to select all the points, and it's going to bevel. It should when I click this. See? So you can make a little script this easy, like add a cube again, like whatever. Go in here and make different pieces of it, and then when we click it, it does all that stuff to it. Click it again, you know, and it's going to beveled things. It's going to start looking fucked up. But you can, whatever things that you do, you delete something, you can go in here, you know, object delete. You can do all that stuff and then delete it or whatever. You just copy this line of code and paste it into your main context. Indent it once, of course. So I'm going to do it again from the beginning. Let's say you want to do a bunch of things to an object. Let's make it interesting. Let's do a grease pencil object. So this monkey, it has layers, much like a tomato. Is it a tomato? From what was it? Shank?
Shrek. From Shrek.
Sorry, I'm being facetious. But yeah, so you've got all these, materials. Let's say we open up, you know, always open up the info plane or the pane. The info pane is what shows you the lines of code that you're running. See, selecting different materials is these. You're not selecting them by name, you're selecting them by slot. See, that's slot 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more if you have it. Select layers. Notice the layer doesn't really show up on there, but I'll show you where to find that in a second. But let's say you have a grease pencil object selected. Okay, first we're gonna open our text editor, go to templates, Python, operator simple, delete the class method thing, the purple thing, just remember the whole paragraph with the purple thing, get rid of that. And your main context is gonna be here. This is where you're gonna, it just has a default, you know, OB equals this, print this, like as a, you know, hello world thing. Let's say we have a grease pencil object selected. you're in object mode and you're like, I want to go into draw mode and I want to pick material 0, no matter what material I'm on. So the first thing you do, go into draw mode and see what it gives you. So it goes G pencil paint mode toggle. Let's see. What's the actual code to go into drawing mode? Edit mode toggle. Paint mode toggle. Okay. So anyways, I'm going to copy that, paste it in here, make sure it's indented once. So it's going to take us into paint mode, and I want it to select material 0. That's our black stroke material. So object, context object, active material index equals 0. So we're going to copy that, paste it in there. And then do you select the layer? Oh yeah, here we go. I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, so you like change the opacity of the current layer to 0 or something like that. You can paste that in there. All this stuff. So set everything back. I'm going to put us on the wrong material, and we're going to be in edit mode. So now when I run this, it's going to put us into draw mode. It's going to put us on the first material, and it's going to set the lines layer opacity to 0.3 something. So watch when I click this. See, we're in draw mode. It set us automatically to the first black material, the material slot 1 or 0, and it changed the opacity to what I set it to. Sorry if I can make this bigger. Clyde, is this making sense? Are you catching all of this? I meant to show you this a little bit sooner. I've just been really busy. I figured now would be a good time. Just want to make sure this is, readable on screen as well. But now let me show you my script. Give you an idea. So let me find a more simple looking character. Yeah, okay. So this is just a concept picture for stuff that I've been drawing. Yeah, for models moving, like for everything that this character is doing and all that, I would go into the graph editor, and you have everything selected, and you put a modifier on it called stepped interpolation. And step size, have it to 2, so now whenever they move, they only update every 2 frames. That's for 3D models. If you want the 3D models to, you're going to animate them, but then they only show up on 2s. That's how you would do it. Like here, like insert location, and then I move it over here, insert location. So now we have this. It's moving on 1s, right? Every single frame is an update. If I did not want those values to update every frame, I would come over here, find them, like XYZ location, and I would open them up in the graph editor, select all of them, and add modifier, Control-Shift-M, or you just do it in the menu, and you add stepped interpolation, and see what it does there. It takes it from smooth to only updating every 2 frames. Or if you wanted, you can go to the modifier, if you have a bunch of things that have the same property and you want to change them all at the same time, select all of them, hold the Alt key, click, and then type your value in. So now they're only updating on 4s. Instead of having to click this one and put it to 5, click this one and put it to 5, click this one and put it to 5. You can actually have all of them selected, shift select or hit A to select all, hold the Alt key, and it will move all of them. Or if you're holding Alt, you just click and then type in the number, then it will change all of them at once, which is really useful because when you're doing this with a 3D model's bones, you're going to have like 400 of them over here that all have that modifier, and you don't want to go through 400 things like, oh, I wanted them on 3s instead of 2s. But for the dope sheet, I don't really know how the dope sheet works other than having it set to grease pencil and just all of my characters being on even frames. There's nothing that locks them to even frames only. I have to keep track of it manually. It kind of sucks, but I could maybe look something up like that for you at some point. But anyway, back to the scripting stuff. So this is my, I think you've seen this before. This is my scripting tool. Now that you've seen how I make a script, let me show you what the actual script looks like. So this is the thing you have to paste. If you paste this in at the beginning of your script and save it as a .py, this will be an add-on. This will make it an add-on. You can add it as an add-on. This is all you have to add to a script to make it an add-on that loads with Blender like any other add-on that you install from the internet. You paste this, I mean, obviously change the words to whatever it should be, but you know, you put this little info blip in here, it will be usable as a fucking add-on. If you have it, you just go over here, text save as my add-on.py. So anyway, this code here, this is just the code for this menu, what you see here. This is like add a button, add a button, add a button. This is what the buttons do and whatnot. This file is in, if you have downloaded any file from my grease pencil room, this script is already in there. You just open the text manager and look for the violence layer manager.py. It might be a slightly older, slightly newer, something like that. This is my apply noise modifier. But anyway, this is the first one. This is the body lines. There's body, head, eyes, tail, and it changes you to everything. It sets it to the line layer, your line material. It locks all other layers to where you can't even accidentally erase up here because they're locked. See, if they weren't locked, then yeah, you could go up here and fuck shit up. But I have it set to whatever layer that you click on with this one, it sets you to that layer, and you see here, if you can see behind me, the layers are all locked that you're not on. This is the code for that. So first thing it does when I click this button, this line of code, it sets it to paint mode, paint G pencil, like this is the way to set it to that draw mode instead of just, you know, mode toggle or whatever. Then blorp is just my X, whatever, like XYZ something. I put in my old one, my old version of this, it didn't used to be called 01L, 01F. It was actually like body lines, body filters. This is just here in case I'm opening an older file. So ignore that. But this code does a loop through all of the layers looking for the layer that contains the text 01L. If you remember, like these layers over here, this was, that's my code for 01L is layer 1 lines, 01F is layer 1 fills. So we're going to body, or like, and this doesn't have to be body, it's layer 1 by default. That's, the layer I use for the body, then layer 2 is the head and so on. So it's looking, it does a for loop for every layer in the object, and if it finds one that contains 01L, then it makes blorp that track, like that layer. So then it runs the command lock all layers, so it locks all the layers, and then it runs this toggle lock on layer blorp. So basically, you know, it finds the layer we want to go to, it locks all layers, and then it toggles lock on the blorp layer, the one that we're going to. So obviously, if they're already locked and you toggle this one, it's going to unlock it. And then context active, object layers active. This sets the layer that we unlocked to the active layer. Because just because we unlocked the layer, that doesn't mean we have that layer selected to draw on. So this is the line of code that sets blorp as the active layer. And then this line sets your drawing tool to brush.draw. That's, you know, not fill, but the draw tool. This would be brush.fill if we were changing it to the fill tool. And then this line sets the default, the brush size to my brush size, which is a variable I just set up here at the very beginning. You don't have to do that if you don't want it to change the brush size of something. I just do, because like all my characters are at the same brush thickness and all that. It's just an optional. You can have it in there if you want. And then this one sets the pen strength to 1. That means if it's, you know, like halfway like this, no, I want it to be fully black, full strength of the brush stroke. So it's just a thing that, like, in case I had it changed on some other thing, when I hit this button, it sets it to 1. You might not want that. You may want it, you know, it's in case you set the thickness of your, like, radius of a drawing like this. I don't want it that big. You just click the button, it automatically sets it back to my default that I use. So this stuff here is just like extra little comfort things, like, oh, and if I forgot to change it, put it back to default. Just kind of a safety thing. And now this is another for loop, but instead of looking for a layer, it's looking for a material. I have my materials set up with a specific naming structure. And uh-oh. Did we lose somebody?
No, Discord just did a funny, and it just, I don't know, starts like, I don't know. It just doesn't track my blender properly sometimes.
Oh, my bad. But
That's all right.
So I have the reason I have them set up with these numbers and letters before their names here. Like the 1 and 2 are the stroke and black fill. I use those on every characters. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 would be the character's body colors. Like if they were naked, what color palette would you have? QWERTY, the QWERTY key row, are the character's clothing colors. The reason I have them like this is because whichever letter is underlined, that's the key that you can hit on the keyboard to instantly select that material. Like if I wanted to select this material on this menu, I would hit menu and then hit Q. Without, like, I don't even like have to go down and select it. If you remember, all of the clothing is on the QWERTY row. All of the body, hair, and fur and skin colors are on the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like the number row. And A, S, D, F, G, H, G, like that's the inside of the mouth, the gums, the tongue, the teeth, the throat, the eye whites, the iris, like the face and mouth colors. Do I have materials saved in a template? No, the materials are all saved in the object. Like I don't have like a database with all the colors. Like if I have a file that has all of the characters. Like, see this character? Like, these are his materials. I can make a duplicate object where this one would have his own colors. And I could go in here and change that to, you know, but he's still sharing the same materials. If I wanted to make this one's materials different, I would go make single user and then choose materials. And watch over here, all of the numbers of these will gain one when I hit OK. See, they all came .002 and whatnot. So now he's got a unique set of colors. So when I change this color around, it affects this one, but not the other one down here. I can, change whatever else for everything. And it changes those colors for every single frame. If you have an animation you've done with 100 frames of him, and you're like, oh, I wanted his sleeves to be orange instead of red, or whatever. If you change it just here, it changes it on all the frames. The materials are contained within the character's the grease pencil object. F3, yeah, make single user. On older versions, it used to be, I forget what it used to be called. Like make unique owner or something like that. But yeah, make single user. That means if you've got two things that are sharing properties, their object, the object data, the materials, their animation data, it's all there. It's make single user. So if you shift duplicate a whole bunch of these, they still all use the same materials. So, you're changing them all. But if you wanted one to be unique, yeah, make single user and then pick the things you want uniqueified. And then hit OK. And now it doesn't change any of the other ones. And you notice that if you keep making a duplicate of something, it keeps going .003, .004, .005, and so on and so forth. Oh, composite node group assets. Yep. It is. It's a process, but you only have to do it once, and then you can just drag them out. But yeah, like for the thing here, get rid of these. So yeah, this is just showing the reason why my line color is called one eye line is because they're in order. I had to give them an IJK. I had to give them a letter after so they don't pick like LB and whatever, because it's going to come from the top ones first. So it's like, all right, the top ones will be IJK, element, OP, whatever. Then the rest of them are QWERTY, ASDF, and ZXCV. These are the ZXCV row. This is like the shadow and highlights, like on his eyes here. Like this is the shadow, and then like the highlight things that only show up in his glasses, lenses. They're on a layer. So yeah, like I have them separated by rows. And QWERTY, like for his clothes, for QWERTY, I go from left to right of most common color to least common color. So you know that whenever you're coloring a character, Q, the first letter in the QWERTY row, is going to be the most common clothing color of the character. So you eventually don't get to where you don't even memorize the character colors. You're drawing Wolf O'Donnell, and it's like, well, it's his trench coat is a huge portion of the color on the screen, so I know that hitting the materials and hitting Q will be his trench coat color. And you get to where you just you don't even have to worry about memorizing them. It's just muscle memory. You just go through and you color everything lightning fast. Would I recommend doing character lighting in a GP object? Well, here, let me show you. This is what tri-lighting, like having a shadow layer and a headlight layer on a character. This guy right here. Let me hide everyone else. Yeah, this character here, you can only really see it in, well, you can see it here. So obviously I have the shadow layer masked. See, if I didn't have the shadow layer masked, this is what it would look like. It's just this big blob I've drawn here on everything, except for this little bit where irregular light's coming from. And then over here, the highlight layer, this is what the highlight layer looks like. And it's, it's an additive. I set it to additive instead of multiply for the shadow layer. It's on top, and it's masked by all of the fill layers of all of the head, body, and everything. And then going back and masking the shadow layer, it looks like this. You can go in and change the material to like whatever lighting you want it to be. Oh yeah, and the stroke. Both. So you can change that, move it around, whatever you want to do. This is what my tri-lighting looks like. Just the regular like flat lights. You can go in on the highlight layer, make the thickness of the lines big like that, and then do a modifier that adds softness to the edges. Here, it's an opacity, but you change it to hardness, and you set it to influence only the highlight layer and set it at like 0.9. And there, now you've got like a soft edges. See, it was flat and then soft. And it just depends on how thick you want to make the lines. And like how hard, like the hardness of it, like if you want the soft. These are two very simple ways to do lighting. You soften the edges and do it like that. If you don't like that, then there is a rim lighting thing. Yeah, this is one thing that I hate about grease pencil. The blur effect, like glow and blur and all of that stuff, they are applied after all of the renders have come together. Let me show you how I did it on my old file. Let's see. If I can find it. Yeah, here we go. So yep, that's what I did in Flash. I'm like, I will move to grease pencil when it has these features. And when 2.1 came out, it had every feature I needed. So I was like, yep, I'm not doing Flash anymore. So this is kind of a toon lighty sort of thing I have. Let me go to a character.
I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
Good night, dude. Have a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
So for render layers in the compositor, I have the world, which I have the invisible models that are casting shadows, and then I have the art layer, which is just this layer with the grease pencil, and then I have the shading layer that has the 3D models with light sources around them like this. And so when I render, it renders all of them, and I get this shading on top of it. See? And how I do that in the compositor, let me make it a little more noticeable because it's kind of hard to. There we go. So this is one way you can do your lighting. All this is I take the this layer here. If I can shrink it down, I take that shot, I do a little in painting to add to the edges, and then I blur it, and then I lay that over top of the grease pencil art. I mean, that's enough to show you what I'm doing right there. See? So it's flat, and that's with all the shading on it. And this is the blur. If you don't blur it, it looks like this. You end up with like Borderlands kind of whatever. If you blur it too much, that's 2%. If you blur it too much, you get a very subtle kind of lighting. You have to find the sweet spot in between. I have it, I think, at like 2% here. And then, you know, add background, some film grain added in, color correction, contrast. Yeah. And that's the cool thing. If you would go in here and, you know, set the background down to nothing and delete a light source. What other light sources we got here? You got green down here, delete that. You just want a little bit, and you render it. Let's say you wanted to add another light, like a tiny little blue light. It's really bright, like right up under his chin here, a little bit, like right about there. Really bright. You hit render. See? It's just really useful. Complex mats. Like matte masks, like Dynamax or Dynamats or what, I can't remember what they're... Yeah, this is how I was originally going to do the shading in a Fox in Space, but your models have to look exactly like the grease pencils, like dead on. Because if there's part of the grease pencil that's farther out than the model, they'll just be black there. It won't. That's why I add the in painting in. So like they've got to be pretty dead on, or the lighting won't look right. You know, you have to admit that looks pretty damn cool. Yeah, matte composites. You can input drawings to determine which ones are cutters, inverted and whatnot. Let me, that is in my customs, because I used it on one file. This was the one file that I had to do Macromedia Flash and grease pencil. They're both, is the customs file. Let me see if... Yeah, okay, this might be it then. So compositor, let's see how I did this. Ooh, woof. That's what it's crypto mats. Yeah. No, here, let me render a picture and see if this does it right. Yeah, it's crypto mats. You want to look that up if you're wanting like the mat cutters and whatnot. Here, I'll yeah, crypto mat. I couldn't remember the name of it, but let me see if it'll actually preview. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's the, like this part here. Yeah. I think this is what you're talking about. Got the mesh line art, the character art, character shading. This is each of their shadings, because when I do that blur model shading thing, right, where I like take this picture and blur it, when he has his arm up here, the lizard guy's brightness here is gonna blur out onto his arm. And the reason that it doesn't is because I'm using the crypto mats. That's these. So, like, each of them is individually shaded. There, like, can I show a preview? I wonder if it'll actually let me. Yeah, okay. Well, that's not me, that's the computer doing that. Yeah, so here, this should be, I think this is James's. And then the Cryptomat thing is based on the alpha of that. And you, for the key color, you have to set, you know, which color it is. But if that's what you're talking about, where you can take a picture and cut out specific, is it possible to set cryptomats to say material based rather than view layer based? Like material based on like 3D material? I mean, I'm sure you can. I've never tried it, but there's no doubt in my mind you can do that. This is a file from like a couple years ago. There's probably a better way of doing it. Oh, which GP color? I'm thinking you could do another view layer that renders just that material, or have a linked copy of the grease pencil that has the same animation but uses different materials in the slot. If you showed me what you were trying to do in the middle of it, like, I could look up and figure out a way to do it for sure. Like that sounds like something we could do. But Cryptomat Blender.
Post-production is essential in 3D.
Here, take this video regardless. But I'm thinking like how you could do what you're talking about. I'm thinking. If you rendered the data, let me think, 'cause that's a challenge. So what I would say, one thing you could do is have a linked copy, but this one has a tint modifier on it that turns neon green. I'll just say 100, and it does it 100% to only one material. Let's say you want it on the eye whites. Or here, one thing, you can go to your materials. Let's give the eye whites. Wait, where is it? Can I not do that with the? Yeah, the settings of this material. We'll give it a pass index of 55, just for the hell of it.
55.
So we're gonna have this tint thing only affect the materials with the pass index of 55. And there, you've got your green thing masked. But now let's make another tint that makes everything black, all the way black, and material pass 55, but inverted. And let's see if we can. Yeah, that's everything except this one. So can we move that up? Yeah. So that's one way. That's weird. I guess that's got to be first then, yeah. So that it makes everything black, but I put it on the wrong thing. I put it on the layer field. So yeah, anything. There we go. So everything except this inverts it. This is it only affects 55, and it affects everything except. This is the except thing. So we put that up there, and this one turns green, not except, but only green 55 pass. I just picked the number 55, so when we turn that on, yeah, there we go. You have to like wiggle it around and move your frame to refresh it sometimes. Yeah. So now when I go in here and edit any of this stuff, see, this is a linked copy, but the modifiers aren't linked. They each have their own modifier thing. So if you go in here and sculpt or whatever frames are affected on this guy here, it does it on this too. So I suppose that's a way you could do it. And on one of your view layers up here, you would have this guy showing, and then you would have a crypto mat only view layer doing these. Yeah, pass index is every object, every layer, every material has a pass index value that you can give. So I guess this would be one way to do it. Of course, they would have to be in the exact same spot. So, so I'd have Suzanne and then the linked Suzanne mat. I would put this one in a new collection called mats. I would have that one turned off on this view layer, normal layer, and I would make a duplicate and call this the mat layer. And this one would be mats on and this one off. So on the normal layer, we have this one, and on the mat layer, we have that one. So over here, we would have this one that we're doing stuff with. And let's say I'm just gonna make a very, very basic animation. If anything I'm doing does not make sense, or you can't manage to keep up or whatever, just say something, I'll slow down. If there's anything that doesn't make sense, I'll go over it. I'll be publishing this stream if you want to go back over this stuff. Yeah, linked copy. That's where everything is linked except for the modifiers, and you can add one. Let's see, I'll do all this, and then we'll do a interpolation. So this is our animation here. Let's say this is our animation. And now if we go to the other view layer of the mat layer, same thing. It's the same animation, but it's got our modifiers. Their modifiers aren't linked. Modifiers and effects on grease pencils aren't linked. So when you link things in, you can give them their own modifiers and effects if you need to. So then what I would do, let's see, you had a third layer. Just make it a little more complicated. The fire layer. And we're going to make another collection in our scene and call this fire. And in here I'm going to add plane. We're going to put it back here. We're going to give it a new material, make it red and orange or whatever, and just, something silly, like whatever there. This is our fire layer. This is just the background. like that. So, so yeah, we'll have this in the background while our little silly thing goes here. This will be our animation. So on this fire view, I assume you know what view layers are. These view layers, all these are just the configurations of which collections are visible on that view layer. If you don't know what a view layer is, you'll find out here in a second. But yeah, make sure you go on all your ones and make sure that the view layers, like the normal layer is just the normal animation we're gonna see. Then you've got the matte layer, which is our crypto matte layer. And then we've got our fire layer that's just, you know, it's just gonna be this rendered. So now when we go into the compositor, you know, use nodes, turn on. This is what you get. You get your main view layer and then output. So we're gonna cut that. Turn on a backdrop so we can see a preview. And I'm gonna hit F12 so it renders all the view layers. So this is our normal layer. We can duplicate this. Set this one to matte layer. And then duplicate that and set this one to fire layer. I'm also going to turn off use lights on the layers so they stay perfectly bright. And there we go. Because if we don't, that'll affect our green matte. You know what I mean? Okay, so we've got the regular one, the matte, and then a fire layer. Which I guess on the fire layer I should have put the light bulb. So let me do that. There we go. So we've got these 3 view layers that we're rendering, and you know, if you know about the compositor, this is where we alpha them together or whatnot. So we only want the fire to show up where those eyes are. So I reckon you would use a chroma key. And then the key color. And just click here and do this number. Trying to remember, or might be the inverse of that. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for, the matte. So yeah, the matte off of that. So let's see. Alpha over, I think. Image here, and then the matte factor. I can't remember how to do this. I know how to do this. I forget which alpha, set alpha. Yeah, I'll do this. Yeah, image, set alpha. There we go. I think it's inverted. Yeah, there we go. And then you take this guy here and you do the alpha over. You set this first, and then you put this image on top. And now when we render it, let's see if I can render the whole animation and see what happens. whoops. Yeah. Oh, I put it in the viewer, but not the composite. My bad. There we go. No, we can. Okay. Now I can render it. My bad. Because there's two nodes there. There's one, the view. This one here is just this background preview picture. What you're seeing back here. This one up here is just like for the materials. That's the output one. So anyway, render animation, view animation. Oh, that's right. It does it on a different window, doesn't it? Wrong window. There we go. So this is what you end up with. I mean, it's just a simple mask, but is there anything you're still confused about regarding that, or if you want, I'll send you this file too, so you can see my layout. I'll keep the node structure up, put you back on the normal layer. Matte monkey. Your dash. Okay, yeah, I see. Oh, I see. There you go. Yeah, I'm always interested in more knowledge. But yeah, you know, you get, obviously for each chroma key, for each different matte that you would use, you would, you know, set your chroma key to the exact color value of your grease pencil object. And remember, if you have your grease pencil object affected by lights, just, you can't do it by material, you can only do it by layer. But yeah, if you're doing lighting in a different way anyway, then, you know, you already know what you're doing. Oh, that's really interesting. Union A cuts B, B cuts A, compare. Yeah, this reminds me of bit blitting and XOR pin and XOR draw, XOR, like all the different drawing modes that were in Visual Basic when I made little video games when I was like 11 years old. Shit was wild. It's like, wow, I can like drawing all of your flamethrower sprites using additive instead of, you know, alpha. It's like, oh my god, it's kind of see-through, but I'm in Windows 256 colors mode, so it looks like crap. An Adam Sandler live-action Simpsons movie. That looks...
Now that is a statement.
Hilarious.
Wait, that's not real. That's
No,
not real.
no.
That
That's
cannot
one,
be real.
That's one of those channels that does fake trailers, but they all get like 9 million views.
That's not real. Please don't
Christ.
let it be real.
Yeah, they get downvoted to hell and back. But that's the thing, that in the title of it, they don't put anything that says fake or parody trailer. It's always, it even says like Fox Productions 2025, and then in tiny text at the bottom of the description that you have to click more to read, it's like, by the way, this is all fake and generated by blah, 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 blah. Fight Club 2. I'm just like, oh my god. I mean, they're neat, they're funny, but they used to not be AI generated. The second that they're AI generated, then it looks like dog shit. Yeah, there's a little Blender school.
I love going to Blender school.
Yeah, if y'all ever, Clyde, DT, any of y'all, if y'all ever have any questions, if there's something that you're stuck on and you're banging your fist on your desk trying to look for it, just ask me. Like, even if I don't know the answer, I can find pretty quick where to look and what to look for. Yeah, absolutely no problem, dude. I love doing this stuff.
I actually do have one question.
What's that?
And it's more of an organization thing. I have, after spawning so many different grease pencil objects, I get this. You see how it's black 1, 2, 3. How do I delete? Like, not just from the grease pencil, how do I just permanently delete certain grease pencil materials?
Wait, delete them from what?
Like from the file. I don't want, because like whenever I pull out like a new material and I want to make a new material, I get like there's like 50 black materials, because every time I spawn a new grease pencil object, it comes up with a black, like with a new black material on it. So there's a bunch of
you can write a script to condense redundant materials. I have one somewhere, but like, so every time that you're making one, that it's making a new redundant black material for it. Yeah, it's kind of lame. If I mean, you're doing them for a different character and everything, like you
for example, like when I pulled out when I did the lineup modifier thing, there's like, oh, pull out a new grease pencil. Like I pull out a grease pencil with a stroke, and whenever you pull out a grease pencil with a stroke, it comes up with like a blue material, it comes up with a green material, and it comes up with a red material.
Yeah, all the extra ones. I just duplicate them from already existing grease pencil objects. Like if I have Fox McCloud's grease pencil object and I want to make one of Wolf O'Donnell, I just duplicate Fox's object and do make single user of the materials and whatnot. There's also a button up there to delete unused materials.
Where?
The little V to the right under the plus and minus. Yeah, remove unused slots, remove unused materials.
Remove unused slots. Okay. But okay.
But just so you know, all of those, if you have a bunch of materials like the 005, 006, 007 and all of that, and they're not being used by any of your grease pencil objects, when you save, reopen, and save your file, those materials get deleted.
Okay.
That's, if there is nothing using them, you know, like if there's materials that some object somewhere in your file is using, those materials will never be deleted. But let's say like for, here, really quick.
So if I have like a tiny little vertex or a tiny little speck that is using that one green 001 that I want to get rid of, it's not going to get rid of it because that has
it won't get rid of it. Because it has an owner, it has a user, a vertex somewhere is using that color. But yeah, if I have, let's say I make a whole bunch of duplicates. See, I'm duplicating skin up to like 19. And now you see in here, I've got all these extra skin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 19, right? But I'm only using number 19. Now I save this file. And now I open another file. And now I come back to this file. See, all the materials are gone.
Okay.
Because those are referred to as orphan data. See, like if I do this right now, see, I'm duplicating them. They're all here. See, now I've got all these skins, right? But I'm not using them. Nothing is using them. If you go up here to your outliner and change it to orphan data, you'll see listed under materials, all these materials that have no owners. That's what the little shield is. It's showing you how many owners, how many things are using that. Now, if I go down here and make a slot, and it's not based on the vertices you have, it's based on if a grease pencil object has that material in a slot. See, I add this one, skin 3. Now notice skin 3 in the orphan data just disappeared because this object is using it as a material. Now, if I delete that, notice nothing's using it now, so skin 3 is back in the orphan data. When I save this file, I save it right now, and now I reload it, notice the orphan data, nothing's there, because if you save a file with orphan data that has no owners, no fake users, no real users, it gets deleted.
Okay.
Unless you open that material and you click this little shield. You see this little shield that says fake user? Save this data block even if it has no users. So like I can, like with the skin, I can duplicate all of them like that. And let's say I change it to number 9. And I'm like, I'm gonna save skin number 9 with that little shield, even though I'm gonna delete it from this. And now skin number 9 is not being used by anything, and it is in orphan data, see? It still shows there because nothing's using it, but it's got this little shield that gives it a fake user. It's like, oh, pretend that something is using this. So now when we save this and bring it back in, I open up the materials, see, the only things that are in here is skin 12 and skin 12 I clicked the shield on by accident. That's why it's there. So yeah, when we bring this back in, nothing's using skin 9, but I've got that little shield clicked on it. So if you have something that if nothing's using it, but you still want to save it, you don't want it to be auto deleted, you bring it up in whatever viewer and you click that little fake user shield to make sure that it's protected and it won't get deleted. So everybody, if you wanted to know what the little shield thing is for, what fake user means, it gives it a fake single user somewhere so it doesn't get deleted. Anyhow.
So reloading the file will kill the orphans, you say?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you save it, they're going to be gone the next time that you open it up.
Yeah.
They stay in the file while you have it open, but if you save it and then you leave and then come back and you see the file, it won't be there anymore.
And the only way to save the orphan is to either give it a shield or put it with a slot, you say?
Yeah. Because if you put the material in the slot of a grease pencil object, that even if you haven't drawn anything with it yet, it's technically being used.
Yeah.
It's in a slot of an object, so that counts as it being used, even if you haven't drawn with it yet. Because I told this to someone before, and they made a good point. They're like, wait, so if I make a bunch of materials for Fox McCloud, and I haven't used one of them yet, it's going to get deleted? It's like, no, if it's in the slot in the object, it won't get deleted. But if it's not in anything and it's just in the negative space of Blender, like waiting to be used for something, yeah, it will delete it. That's not just grease pencil objects, that's any mesh data, anything. Like when you delete the default cube, it still exists. The mesh data of the default cube still exists until you save the file. Yeah, see, like delete default cube, it's deleted. But now if we go up to orphan data, notice in meshes, see, the cube is still there. We can drag it and put it here and it'll make a new object with that data again. He's still around. So yeah, anything you delete ends up in the broken heart thing, the orphan data.
The orphan data symbol is a broken heart.
Quick render question, is the TMP directory the default render? Yeah, you go down here where it says TMP, you can put in like // we / whatever. Just make sure you put a slash at the end of it, because if you don't, it's going to save it as // wee0001.png, wee0002.png. So when you're doing your directories, can you change the default directory? Like when Blender opens, I don't know. You go into preferences, save and load. See, this is why I always just, whenever I make a new scene, I just duplicate the file from the last scene I made and delete everything in it, so all the settings are already there. File paths. Yeah, I think in here, in data. So here, you go to preferences. And then in file paths, yeah, there's temporary files, TMP. I don't know if... let me do that and save preferences and then load a new file if I can. New general, don't save. Output. Nope, I don't think it did. Reset to default value. I don't know. Blender change default render folder. Oh wait, I think that was it. Hold on. Preferences. Yeah, render output. Yeah, I think it is there. Just I clicked the wrong one. So yeah, for render, default render output. Let's say // TMP 411 / save preferences, make new file, go to render output. Nope, still says it. Well, I thought that would do it. Yeah, I don't know. Now, Clyde, there is a way where you can set the default startup file that you want. I don't remember how to do that. Maybe Kimi knows how to do that. But you can edit this file to be what you want when it starts up, and then you can save this as the startup file. Like when you go to file new and it loads this file save startup. I don't have that command. Do I? Oh, it's under defaults. Yep, okay, there you go. So yeah, what you would do, this is your default file. You go to the output, set that render folder to what you want it to do, and then you would go up here to file, defaults, and then save startup file. As you can't really see it with him in the way, but yeah, up here in the file menu, it's file, defaults, and then save startup file. All right, thank you. I didn't know that. I just learned something today. I thought there was a file in like Blender app data that you had to overwrite the default .blend file or something. I didn't know you could just do that.
What was that file thing you were talking about called?
What, saving the default startup file?
Oh, you called something wee?
Well, I was just typing wee der her or whatever. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Were you about to bust?
I had that sound effect and I completely forgot about it, and I just wanted to get you to say it again so I could go.
What the hell is even that?
Sorry, I don't mean to dick ride or anything, but it's very surreal that I am teaching to and learning from, generally just trading animator information with the creator of the Brackenwood series. Big fan. Okay, I'll shut up. I just wanted to... I've probably said that 5 times before, but that's pretty fucking great. Now, there's a couple of my other favorite animators that we've all been kind of switching back and forth. Being like, oh, Fred, did you know that you could do this in Blender? I'm like, no, I did not. Thank you. And then they'll message me and be like, hey, you helping this, or you figured this out? I'm like, oh yeah, it's right here. Okay, thanks. And then they go like upload their thing with whatever they just figured out in Blender. It is, I want everybody to switch over, because, not going to get political, but things have been getting more and more expensive, especially computer software. And Adobe, I would think that Adobe or the Toon Boom people or somebody would be like, hey everybody, we know the economy's kind of shitty and everybody's kind of living paycheck to paycheck, so here's a discount. And like, we're not going to charge as much for this because we were already making billions and billions of dollars and not really updating anything. But it's like, no, we're raising our prices, and not only that, your stuff belongs to us for AI data now. We're scraping your art for AI. It's just like, no, I'm done.
If you're not going to say it, I will. And this is my opinion, but fuck Adobe. I really don't like Adobe. Yeah. Just no.
Adobe. No. Oh, did you want to save that? Sorry. Oh wait, it's on the cloud. Oh, you're not on the cloud? Sorry.
No, there's a point in my career as an artist, as an animator, or even in college, where I just told my teacher, I'm just gonna turn in my assignment in Blender. I don't even want to, like, Maya is cool and all, but I was like, nah, I'll just start using Clip Studio. Clip Studio already saves Photoshop files, and I was just like, oh, it needs to be a PSD, and it's like, just save as PSD, send, done. You know, just CSP and Blender for everything.
Yeah, I have a copy of Mac Flash 8. Every animation studio I've ever talked to the owners of, they're like, yeah, we have a little computer in the corner that has Macromedia Flash 8 on it. I've had people tell, I'm not going to out anybody, but they're like, yeah, if there's an emergency thing that we just need to make a quick animated GIF or a quick little animated thing in a day, we just put somebody on the computer with Mac Flash 8 and they nice. Churn it out in like an hour. With everything else that has to go through the storyboarding pipeline and all that stuff, they're like, yeah, that's our company's contracted, so we have to use Autodesk and Adobe and pay $800 a month per license of this, that, and other. Yeah, my buddy got to keep his apartment because he forced himself to move from Autodesk Maya over to Blender. He's like, yeah, I don't have a couple of shaders that look slightly more photorealistic than Cycles, but it's the difference between paying $300 or $600 a month for 2 licenses and having $600 extra a month to be able to make rent and use a program that's 99% as good for what I'm doing, and it's 100% free. and constantly updated. And yeah, fuck that. Fuck paying $600 a month so you and your girlfriend can barely scrape by. If that's enough to break your bank, you shouldn't be charged that much for a program like that. But Blender, I will always give money to Blender. I'll always donate to Blender when I can. If I don't have the money to donate, then it's like I'll give them like $20 this month. But over the years, I've given them hundreds and hundreds of dollars just because. I have not given them as much money as I've given Adobe, which is kind of sad, but I don't think that they would want that much money from me.
Mm-mm.
All right, anyway. That is a big shader. I am a fan of the plan where you can buy something right out and you own that version forever. You don't get any of the big upgrades, but you get bug fixes. But like when they come out with a new version that has a whole bunch of cool tools and you're like, oh, I want that. And they're like, well, you have the perpetual of this, so give us $100 and we'll let you hop up to the new version. You know, that kind of shit. That's like Reason. I have Reason 12. I bought it for like $300 when it was on sale. And I have everything that comes with Reason 12, all the music, all the instruments, everything. Toon Boom's perpetual license is $4,000, and to upgrade every year is $500. Yeah, no.
$4,000?
Jesus, you probably got like the, what is it, storyboard or whatever. I can't remember what their higher
Storyboard
thing.
Pro.
Jeez.
Yep, fuck it.
Okay, that's
In
that's
Australian dollars. Even so, that's
is $10 one-time purchase.
I know $4,000 is like almost $3,000 or something. I'm in Canada
that's
too.
a lot
so.
of money. That's still a lot of money.
The Canadian dollar is only slightly stronger than the Australian dollar. 4,000 Aussie dollars is like 3,600 Canuck bucks.
Canuck bucks.
Canadian.
Yeah, Canuck is a slang for Canadian. It's like Yankee for United States
really?
guy.
Huh.
I'm definitely calling it.
It's
Maple
full of
money
Yanks
from
and
now on.
Canucks.
Maple money.
Canuckistan. All right, let me get this hand finished. That was a deep dive. I love going over stuff like that. I usually go over it and there's nobody here that even uses Blender. They're like, I don't understand what you're doing, but that really sounds cool.
Yeah.
So it's always nice when someone's actually here, you know, that needs to know how to use a thing.
It's like when somebody posts a really big paragraph about something that says, I don't have time to read all that, but congratulations, or I'm sorry, whatever's correct.
I ain't reading all that. Happy that happened. Or sorry, I don't know.
Yeah. That's basically it.
Yeah.
That's
I
how
love
every Hallmark card that you send to somebody is going to be that in the future. Just be like, hey, yay, or boo, I don't know, but here's the thing. It's like,
Would you like to send a positive or negative connotation? Please,
that
hello.
one episode of that show. Well, no, it was a Black Mirror episode and it was an Orville episode that both had that. They're hugging now. I've got a color in her eyes a little bit.
Dang, am I really hungry again? That's messed up.
Dude, we were just talking about that when I went to go downstairs to get more water. I was just
Yeah,
like,
it's
I know we
thanks-
ate like 4 hours
yeah.
ago, but why am I already hungry? I ate so much.
Strange, isn't it?
I could seriously stand to eat more of the tamales I made. I mean, I made so
I
many.
could. Yeah, I would recommend trying out the new grease pencil just to poke around with it, but it is nowhere near ready. They have all of the big new fast rendering and geometry nodes based features that they're showing off, but even like going into edit mode, like right here, and like let's say you want to select everything. Let's say you want to deselect randomly, like do random select. Like something like this where you pick deselect 50% or whatever, and you want to move them around and do something. Like functions like this. This function does not work in the new grease pencil. They haven't added it in yet.
Right, it's like
certain
they
ways
added
to...
in.
Huh?
Yeah. No, it's like they added in just some of the core features of grease pencil so they could test out all the new stuff.
Yeah.
then
And I
they're
get
gonna
it.
add
They
all-
do have it on a list. They have a big, long laundry list of things. Sorry, I just got water all over me.
It's just a really funny noise.
Sounds like a Sonic character
Yeah, you
drowning.
just glitched.
But they have a big, long laundry list of all of the things that they're migrating over, and they're not complaining because I have a version that works perfectly, but they're taking a long time. Orc Slayer. Sorry, I just saw that. Fred, are you ever going to release an art book or something similar of your concept art? I would love to. I'm 100% for it, but probably wouldn't be able to do it with Fox and Space characters. Unless I've thought about doing it and having them all dressed in civilian clothes and having nicknames. I could get away with it that way, but I don't know.
You really think that would be an issue?
What, selling a hardback art book of the art of a fox in space and be drawing Fox McCloud and Wolf O'Donnell and everything with their names and everything listed in there? Yes, I do. Nintendo would squish
I feel
me
like
like a
people have
bug.
gotten
I mean,
away with it.
You're adding
like when
to their
people send-
names with like middle names and shit. Sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. I was just
No, it's all
that's
good.
something that stands out. That's like they are similarly named, but not exactly named. You were saying?
I mean, I have art books from artists where they just have like their illustrations and sketches of like their sketchbooks, and it just happens to have like, oh cool, look, there's a drawing of Samus. Oh cool, look, there's a drawing of like Spock or something. You know, like it's like I think it's how you know, like market, like yeah, like if it's specifically like a Fox in Space, like start. I don't know. Like I mean, you got away with it already in the show form. Like I feel like it's
Well, I'm not being paid for this animated series. My Patreon specifically
Right.
states that it is for my tutorial streams and animation streams on Twitch. Whether or not I get paid on Patreon, the Fox and Space cartoon's still being made. when the Patreon was specifically for the cartoon, it got shut down.
Well,
So-
if it was called just like, you know, the art of, you know, if you want to use your real name or, you know, Fred.
I
you
would
know,
call it
like
the art of a fox in space.
Yeah, but if it was the art of just you, I feel like that would give it a dimension of or like a degree of separation.
Vascular Spasm Art Gatherum Volume 1.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's my...
I was going to say that like it kind of depends on how you're selling it. Like if you're just kind of mass producing it and selling it, then yeah, there would be a problem. But if you just have a little booklet, then you're selling it at a convention or something like that.
Yeah,
then
see,
it'd be like-
if I make an art book, I want it to be hardback. I want it to be big
Yeah.
and be like $70 or something, like a really nice big thing that has everything
I
related.
mean, we can look into it, but I'm sure
Because,
there's a
like,
way to legally
People
tap
make
dance around it.
dojinjis of Nintendo IPs all the time, and they're okay with
Yeah.
that. You know, people are okay with dojinjis, and people are okay with selling fan art. You know, people sell fan art at conventions all the time. So, I'd look into
Yeah,
it.
I think really Nintendo cracks down on games more than anything.
I got a
Yeah.
DMCA for a little piranha plant dude T-shirt that I had on.
Oh, yeah.
God, I can't even remember the name of the company now, but it was a stupid little thing of like just the piranha plant.
You
and a
got an
couple of red
official
shells.
Nintendo DMCA?
They did. Yeah. Well, basically, like, God, what is the name of that shirt company?
Redbubble?
Like, all I know is that I got a fucking message that like they took it down because Nintendo said no. But it was directly named like the dude from Nintendo, so I think that's probably why, because it had a Nintendo name
Wait,
on it.
I'm
and
confused. Where were you? Was this on a stream? What
No,
was
no,
this?
no, no, maybe not a DMC, but just like I can't sell this on here anymore. I'm trying to remember. God damn it! What is the name of that website?
What, just like Redbubble?
I remember
Society
Cafe
Series?
Redbubble.
Press.
That's the one.
I
Thank
said
you. It's like
Redbubble.
it's so not obviously named for clothing. That's why I was struggling. Let's see.
Okay, but like you're saying that product got taken down.
Yeah, I couldn't sell that anymore
Ah,
because of
okay,
intellectual.
all right.
We had to remove your artwork from the Redbubble marketplace because it may contain material that violates someone's rights. And it was
Damn.
subject matter.
mean-
Super Mario affected artwork. Don't jump on me. It was a stupid take on don't
Hashtag
step on me.
By
because
that
you're
logic-
don't step
hyenas.
on me.
By that
But
Your
logic,
artwork
I'm
is
gonna get like
fringing on-
swatted by like Nintendo any day now because of like the prints I sell and you know because I don't name them outright like you know.
yeah, but I did, and that was the problem. Like it was like the piranha plant and the red shell. Like I think that was in my tags, so they were like, "You have to get rid of this," or rather, I didn't even have to get rid of it. They just got rid of it for me.
Oh.
So just watch how you
So
tag
kind of
things and
a-
make sure that you give them somewhat different names. As long as they're not the
Oh, yeah.
exact names or references, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Just don't do what I did. Don't do a stupid.
Yeah. So by that logic, I mean again, Fred, I think if it's like the art of you know your full name or whatever, or the vascular spasm production art book, like you know whatever, like I think you'd be totally fine.
Yeah. It can have that stuff in there. Just don't say that that's what it is.
And even if it's like most of the stuff in there, you can
I would-
sprinkle in
I
a
would-
good amount of like
if-
violence, concept art, etc.
If it was the Star Fox characters, they'd have to be in uniforms that I made up. I wouldn't feel safe having Fox in his fucking green, you know, Star Fox suit. I wouldn't be up for that.
Yeah, but then at that point, it's like kind of moot because it's like I would want to see your frames. I would want to see the process. I'd want to see,
Yeah, see, that's
you know,
well,
from
that's the thing.
conception to, yeah.
An art book for the violence, absolutely. I'd have more than just an art book for it.
You
I'd have, you know, lore dumps and things like that.
Action figures? You're gonna make
Yes.
action figures of
Audiobook.
that?
I will do action figures.
The audiobook read aloud by the ghost of Nicol Williamson.
Oh, that looks a lot better.
Oh man, why am I getting sleepy?
Cause yeah, did you eat a lot of the food today?
I
It's
didn't
the
really eat a
tryptophan.
lot.
That's actually a myth.
No, I heard.
The itis?
The itis is
Well,
a
I mean,
myth.
you-
but
it-
tryptophan
Getting
is not-
tired, getting tired from eating food is a thing, but like, oh,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
chemical that makes you fall asleep. It's like, nah.
Yeah.
I mean, it
yeah,
was a long day.
chemicals called food.
Chemicals in our food called food.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, after you have a really big meal, your body is like, all right, go to sleep so that I have time to digest everything and turn it into energy so that the next morning you wake up, you have plenty of, like, whatever muscle
Mhm.
mass I just recovered for you to go hunting again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you don't want to eat too much before bed. Like, if like immediately go to sleep.
Nope,
like, that's
nope. Because I wake up
asking
and
for
I almost drowned in stomach
reflux.
acid the last time I ate
Yeah,
too much
dude.
before
Yeah.
bed. I woke
Yep.
up shooting stomach acid out of my nose and choking and almost drowning. Yeah,
Yeah.
the one night I was like, oh, I feel so good after eating all that soup. I'm gonna sleep on my back. I woke up an hour later, like with my
Yeah.
sinuses on fire, going.
Now you
Yeah.
want to wait like
Ugh, oof.
at least an hour, if not
If
more.
you eat a bunch of food and you want to have a nap, do it sitting in a comfortable chair because at least that way, if your upper
Yeah.
body is elevated, it won't do that to you.
Yeah, I have a small hiatal hernia, so it's like my esophagus can't close properly. So it's like
Mm,
I get like reflux and heartburn and stuff if
yeah.
I yeah.
I'm at a point where if I eat too much, especially if it's soup, if I lean on my
avoid
side, it will
soup.
pour out of me like a spout.
What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know if it just doesn't
That's
close
a bit much.
or whatever, but
Do you get
yeah.
heartburn?
Yes, all the time.
Oh man.
Oh man, dude. You
Like
gotta-
if I
you
eat
should get
stuff that
looked
gives
at.
heartburn, like if I drink a bottle of wine and eat hot
Yeah.
and sour soup, yeah, I'm getting tore up. It's
Yeah,
intermittent. it's
I
not
say
always
this-
100% of the time.
I say this out of caring as someone who's been in similar positions and has other shit going on. If you can, try to get like an endoscopy. Like I'd add that to your list of checkup stuff, because for me it's like even though it's a small part and I don't get it frequently, like my esophagus is like there's a part of it that's like very like eroded and burned
Yeah.
from the acid, and it's like it's not like Barrett's esophagus. That's the condition where it's like
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
it's like pre-cancerous. It's like okay, you can live with this, but it's like you've done a number on it. Like it's just, and what sucks is that it could be out of your control. Like I don't know. It's like sometimes I'll go spans where I don't get any heartburn, but I'll always like wake up with like a really dry throat or silent reflux
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Anyway, I don't say this to scare, but I just because I care.
No, I'm still waiting for a doctor. That's the good thing about
Yeah.
Canadian healthcare is it's free, but it's slow as fuck.
Well, when you get in, really play it up, because it's like I truly believe that like the rise of like when people like in our statistics where it's like, oh yeah, like and again, I'm not trying to spread fear or whatever here,
No,
but
no.
it's like when they're like cancer's on the rise, all these conditions, like before you know it, like what it's a lot of stuff can be preventable if it's intercepted
Early and often.
early.
It's-
early and often, but like most of us just don't address it, and some like there's so many things that just cause no symptoms, like
well, by the
colon
time you start
cancer
getting
and stuff.
symptoms of cancer, you're fucked.
Yeah,
You're like, oh,
yeah,
thing
it's-
hurts, and then you find out like, yeah, it's cancer, and you're stage 4.
Yeah.
Bye.
right. It's
Yeah.
god awful, but yeah,
When I go in, I'm going to tell them, I was like, I haven't been to the hospital in like 20 years. I want a full scan of everything. I want to tell you everything that's wrong with
Yeah.
me. Yeah. And I know
play
it's a
it
little
up
early,
bit
but I
if you
want my
have to.
prostate checked because
Yeah,
my dad had prostate cancer.
don't
I
be
have to do-
modest. Yeah, don't be
No,
don't be
I
overly
don't
humble.
care. Get them fingers in there.
Yeah, no.
Tell
I
me
just,
how long I'm gonna count my rings. Tell me how long I'm
yeah.
gonna live.
Good lord.
Yeah.
Oh my
Like
god.
a tree, or tell me how old I am.
Stick your finger in me and tell me
Yeah.
how old I am. Yeah, that's something you want to tell a
Work
doctor.
me like a fucking Muppet, Dad. Anyway.
Make me into Kermit.
Oh no.
Wait, they don't do the finger thing anymore? But
I don't
Yeah.
know.
is it
Almost
just-
sound disappointed, sir.
they're on the
Yeah,
opposite
now
side
they
of
use
a
their
40-foot long room with a pair of binoculars, and they're like, "Yep, you're fine." And then you go home, and nobody knows what your insides look like.
Nah,
think
dude,
they
you
just use a
gotta
little
like,
camera.
even if you're not feeling stuff in the
Poop
moment,
scan.
I'm just saying, play it up. Like, just be like, hey,
I
I'm
have
feeling
had
this
some
shit.
pains. Yeah, I'm gonna go in
Yeah.
there and be like, "This was hurting, and this is hurting," and yeah,
Yeah.
I've gotten a lot of
Just
pains.
don't be
like,
humble. Don't be like, because I've made the mistake.
Oh, it's fine.
Where
I
it's
just,
like,
if it's this, it's okay.
yeah.
It's like, no, I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna be like, feel on this thing and tell me if there's any lumps. I think there are lumps. It just, it's a bit. I was like, oh, doctor.
That's gonna become a thing.
Oh my God, you got your. Look at this.
Oh my god! You got your big boy hair!
Those with the get the beer.
insane zoom in.
Yeah,
Focus
yeah.
pull.
The every 10 years you do the poop scan.
Mhm.
You have to shit in a bowl, and then they poke through it and tell you like, oh, you got this and this, and
Yeah, dude. Man, not even 10 years for me. It's like almost every year, just doing that stuff.
yeah, I do not care about that. I know they get people in there like, I'm sure they're just going to be thankful that I wash my feet and I shower and I brush my teeth. So like, I'm sure there are people that go in there that are just absolutely grody that they have to deal with.
I have had a doctor tell me that they've seen, if I think it's bad, that they've definitely seen worse. And that gave me all the confidence I needed to have them drain a fucking golf ball sized hemorrhoid off my butthole when I was like 22. Yeah.
Congratulations!
Don't sit on the toilet and text for more than 5 minutes. Do your business and get off the damn thing.
Damn.
It's not
Are
what
you
did
saying?
it, but that's not gonna
Yeah.
help.
Wait, like
Speaking
so
of, I gotta
the
pee, I'll be right back.
sustained. Yeah, perfect segue. But like, is it? Was it the time spent like sitting?
Time spent sitting, how you're sitting, can cause hemorrhoids. Like seriously, if you sit on
That
the toilet
alone.
for too long, that's going on, like that will eventually make you more susceptible to hemorrhoids.
I've had them come and
Problem where,
go.
like, I didn't have enough fiber and I pushed too hard, and that's
Right.
what led to my
Right,
problem.
right,
But
right.
they said also stop texting on the toilet if you do, because it's just going to increase the possibility. So
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
I rarely bring my phone into the bathroom. You shouldn't do that anyways. That's how you get
No,
pink eye. That's myth.
Yeah. Yeah, no, dude, I'm like Spider-Man on the toilet, like the way I sit. I'm really not kidding. Like my girlfriend's walked in and I'm just like doing that like hunched over the gargoyle, like perch kind of pose. If
Hell
you
yeah,
can
dude.
squat, if you can just like squat and like stand like not fall over, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like in the, you know,
I can do the
just-
Slav squat. It's
Yes,
pretty much the same as
it's-
the Spider-Man
It's
sit.
it's
Yeah.
Well,
exactly. It's
it-
better for your posture when you're going.
If you think about it, that is the natural way of taking
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
toilets didn't
caveman
exist
mode.
500 years ago. So that's how
Yeah.
we are designed to sit, take a shit, you know? So
What about watching videos on your phone while sitting?
Not
in
while
bed?
watching videos on your phone. Most definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I think what Bubba's saying is
don't,
just
don't
don't.
spend too much time
Yeah.
on the toilet. Yeah, it's just like if you care about your butthole and you don't want it to get a balloon, don't spend too much time on the toilet and don't push too hard.
Oh yeah.
It's not going to happen overnight. It might not happen right away, but like over time, the more that you develop that habit, the more likely you are to just get fucking really bad hemorrhoids and younger than you normally would.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm full of medical wonders tonight.
Yeah.
So, last thing I had when I did a medical test is that they told me that my cholesterol was not too high, but they told me it's like, oh yeah, no, you're like, if it was just a little higher, it would have been too high. It's like just below average. They told me it was just below average. It's like, okay, cool. That's the only thing I had. But I'm always
How
panicked
old
to go
are
to the
you?
doctors. I'm terribly afraid of needles. I hate getting my blood drawn. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done.
I'm sorry. I mean, you
Yeah.
get real used to it though.
Like it's like, oh, it's fine, like urine test, shed test, it's fine, whatever. But like the moment the nurse has to pull out a needle and draw blood from, I can't do it while sitting. They have to lay me down. It's like, just lay down and close your eyes, and I have to lay down for that because I got lightheaded. It's like, no, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to
every
look away.
2
I don't.
months,
Sorry.
I get like pricked because of my infusions, but I usually do them like more in the middle of the arm, and the skin like in the middle of my left arm is like now like more coarse and tougher. It's like scar tissue, so it's like
Yeah.
I can't even really use that spot anymore because like it's just like not good. But if I just need to get a quick thing of blood done, like one of the most efficient nurses I had ever seen. Like I hate getting needled like right at the like crux of the elbow, like the inner arm.
Yeah.
Like because I'm like, oh, it's just like such a like I cannot bend my arm. Like this thing's just like in there. But if you wanted to like I at least with me, like I don't even feel it. It's so like quick and easy. Like I think it's like it's big enough where there's like no nerves like in the way, but like right on the opposite end of your elbow, like on the inner elbow. Like yeah, if you get like just stuck there, if it's just like a quick piece of blood work, I don't know, maybe try it next time. Like next time you just got to get it done and you want it to be quick and painless.
I don't tend to have an issue with it. Like honestly, I don't like the size of the needle. That's the only thing that bothers me is because like that thing's definitely hollow. I mean they're supposed to be, but like I mean you can fucking see it. It's just like the first time I had my blood drawn, I was just like, Jesus Christ! I swear I had my tongue pierced with a needle like that. Why are you sticking that in my arm?
I mean, I think our brains play it up.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Even seeing scenes in movies when somebody character gets injected with something, it's like it just makes me queasy. It's like
You know, I got over that kind of quick once I did a special effects thing for a haunted house thing in high school. We were doing like a little like medical scene or whatever, and somebody's getting stabbed with a syringe, and the syringe that they used was one that they got like from a movie prop set, and it's basically like you try to stab somebody with it and the needle just goes inside of the syringe.
Right, it's a prop syringe.
And, yeah, and it's like after seeing that, I can never take somebody getting stabbed with a needle seriously in a movie. I'm like, oh, that's so fake. The magic is ruined. But not trying to invalidate your reaction, I'm just saying that helped me with mine.
I don't like catching injections.
Here it comes.
Can you imagine trying to make a game of it with your phlebotomist? Just like, oh, you can't get me. You can't get me.
I mean, usually the old trick was to like trick like the kid or whoever's getting a needle in their arm. They're like just asking them like a question about something they're really into, or just being like distracting them. I don't know how well that would work today.
One thing that the nurse, and this is how I can tell that this is a nurse that has been doing this for a long time. It's like they tap your opposite shoulder. Like whenever they're gonna inject your left arm, they start like tapping or they touch your other arm so that you pay attention to that one, and then they inject you really quickly, and then it's over before you can even tell. But I've seen that. I've seen good nurses do that. The ones that don't know don't do it, and it panics the hell out of me. But good nurses are like, oh yeah, no, like if you do it like this, it's good for people who's stressed out about it, because this person has probably dealt with a lot of stressed out kids like me. But,
I had a nurse treat my fucking upper arm like a dartboard to give me a series of boosters and immunizations. And I would complain if it wasn't so quick and actually painless, because like she's like, all right, you ready? And I'm like, nope, but let's get it over with. And she's just like, bam, 1, bam, 2, bam, 3. And I was just like, I'm scared at how fast you can do that. A lot of practice, I guess.
Want to see me do it again?
No.
Experts,
Bob.
they have penetrated the bureaucracy. Are you saying we shouldn't help our client? We should be helping our people, Bob. That's a great scene. I love that scene. It's so well made.
That movie is like the best movie ever.
The whole escalation between like, you know, he wasn't just pissed at his job, but he was pissed at the fact that like, you know, he couldn't do the superhero thing anymore, and he sees the guy seeing the guy getting mugged, his boss yelling at him, and it's like, oh, let's just hope we're not covered. And it's like he's being robbed, and it's like he gets angry, and he goes, yeah, it's great. Really shows the tipping point. Like he was really at a tipping point at that point.
Talking about The Incredibles.
Yeah.
I phased in and out there for a second. I'm sorry. I just wasn't sure. I'll be right back.
And I'm looking at this whole thing. I'm kind of sitting here. It's like I made all of this just today. There's nothing. There's very little here that I did yesterday. I've done all of this today. I'm like, yeah. I like my daily turnarounds. I don't know. It makes me feel like I did something with my day today.
Yeah, man. I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Catch you later.
See you.
See you.
Fred, I
I'm
think
here.
you're muted. Oh, okay. See you later.
Yeah, dude, have a good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Oh, that's right. Is Black Friday still a thing?
Oh yeah.
And that's one. Is it gonna? Okay, there it goes. Yeah, trample Friday. What is going on? Amazon deals. Deals week. I don't know. It's like, do people really get trampled at Walmart anymore? I figured everybody just gets their shit off of Newegg and Amazon now.
There are a lot of store deals that happen only in store, and then there are a lot of deals that only happen online. So I think it's important. I don't personally feel that I share the views that it's important, but I think that corporations think that it's important to keep their stores open and running and getting people in them. So that's why the exclusivity.
And then Cyber Monday. Yeah. That's one.
It's all just a big corporate ploy to get you to buy more shit.
Uh-oh. Somebody got their wolf plush. They're arriving. Somebody posted this on Reddit. There he is.
Yes,
one has
the
arrived. No, they said that they were shipping them December 30th, but some people are starting to get them now. I'd check your email for sure.
Mine will supposedly get here in 4 days.
Urarako.
Uh-oh. Ra, ra, ra. Sinto Kedo. Nintendo Kedo. Oh, Nintendo Cade. Okay. All right. Hmm. This one's going to be a little tricky. Do I have any tips on how to draw? I don't know.
I have loads of them.
Yeah, it's, by all means, help everybody else out. I have no idea what the hell to say.
I say the first thing, if it's just like drawing, just draw. Really the first thing. The second thing is, if you're struggling in finding what to draw, you can never go wrong with learning anatomy and perspective. If you have no idea where to start there. Then you're gonna be like, "Ooh, I like drawing this kind of perspective." Or maybe you like doing architecture. You do a lot of architecture.
Mhm.
Oh, I like doing a lot of forests and mountains as well. Maybe you like doing landscaping. And you start figuring out little by little of, I like doing anatomy, I like doing characters, I like drawing armor. You start like going from there. But I say, like, at the core, good knowledge of anatomy and good knowledge of perspective are like they're your bread and butter. They're your meat and potatoes. They are.
If you've been on the subject of burnout, if you've been working on a project for years and you're sick of it, if it's the only thing that you're working on, yeah, you should definitely have like some other hobby or other big project you can work on. Have a project that's not as big, so when you're tired of that one, you can go to the little one and work on some of it. Get the percentage done a lot higher and faster than the first one. And if you finish that one, start another one. Have other little things that you work on. Like, I have the violence that I'm always tweaking and adding ideas to. If the only thing I had going for me was a Fox in space right now, I'd lose my mind. I would have been done with it by now, for sure.
It's like in Smash Brothers when your move grow very stale from just overusing them. You gotta use all your movesets, or your moves will be stale and they won't do as much damage.
I have to go ask again. I'll be right back.
What is the premise of the violence? Well, I don't know. It's underground dystopian city with different levels, and there are many main characters that have nothing to do with each other at first, and then they eventually cross paths. And I see I've got a better here. I'll just show this on screen. Ooh, not that. Uh-oh, don't look at that. Uh-oh. Stream's over. Bye, I'm canceled. No! No! Titties. Titties on a stream. You're canceled.
Cancelled.
Where's my notepad? Here you go. This is the best I can. I shouldn't even show this. This is divulging a little too much. But what are you doing? But yeah, that's the first bit of characters. I don't know what everybody asks me about, like, oh, what is the violence about? I have to just bring this up and show it. But yeah, that's the gist. God, this fucking hand detector thing works worse and worse every day. I'm gonna have to get some kind of hand trackers. I don't know. No, it was, but now, like, every now and then, it detects my lips and my teeth as fingers, and my hand will go boop, boop, just up here for no reason. I don't know. Yeah, the gloves, it would be nice, but, you know, I can't wear that shit while I'm trying to draw. It's a little annoying. I'm wondering if maybe there's a, yeah, see, it keeps detecting my hands somewhere. I can look at my webcam, and every now and then on my teeth, here, I can show you my webcam. Maybe. Oh, media pipe. Media pipe. Do it. Come on, right here. Yeah, see, my hands on it. So, you see, like up here, you see, it detects my, I don't know, it thinks these are fingers. And so sometimes, yeah, see, there, it flickered up there just a minute. So I have to, there can't be anything finger-like on the screen. If I push here, it starts looking at these wrinkles as fingers. There's got to be some kind of sensitivity setting. My buddy Rito has already talked to the creator, or someone has, and they've said that they're looking into making like a hand sensitivity thing. Because usually, like, it's fine, it works fine, but then when the hands are gone, you start like, oh, is this a finger? The forehead wrinkles are these fingers? I think they are. Yeah, and so the character ends up doing that, and then it goes away. I don't know what to do about it, but all I can do is deal with it for now until they figure out a fix, I guess. You're so good at crossing your eyes. Oh yeah, we should hang out. I think that's like, no, it's like, you like money and sex, dude. You're tripping me out. We should hang out sometime. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, this one's going to be a little complicated. Just a little bit. Hey. Fobokini. Konbanwa. Jane. Have a good night. We'll see you around. There goes a wolf out into nothing. Where is he going? And then he's gone.
Dude, that looks so good. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna do so much cool shit.
What do you? I can't. Oh, did you upload a thing?
Yeah. Again, it's just I like I said, this was mainly just to mess around with the compositor.
Yeah, but you're getting the hang of it.
Yeah, I've already like messed around with everything. I got a look that I like. I already know how to
Hell
like
yeah.
mess with it and stuff. and I like it. It looks great. Whew. That was awesome.
Even if it's not the complete product, the important part is that you understand what you did and how you did it.
Now, what I want to do is that now I want like every animation that I make, I want it to kind of look like this. This is already like I already
it took
got
me
this.
like a year or two to like fully develop my grease pencil style. To be like, okay, I can draw grease pencil, but how do I want people to look at this and go, yeah, this is in the style of a Fox in Space. There are already a lot of artists on the internet who draw pictures like, here's my character, but in the style of a Fox in Space. And I'm like, that's really cool. It's neat that people feel like that. They're like, oh, it's a style. This is very a Fox in Space, or very Gaffordian. Matthew Gafford. But yeah, like it's my stuff's a little stylized. It's not anything groundbreaking, but I have fun with it.
Hey, I'd say the best way to develop a style is just focus on doing you. Do you first, and that's what's really gonna bring the style out of you.
But listen to people. If people say something looks a little off or a little weird,
yeah.
If you send it to 10 people, and 4 or 5 of them each give you one criticism, and they're all completely different things, you're probably fine. But if you send something to 10 people and 5 or 6 of them give you the same criticism of the same single thing, that's something you need to change. If like most of the people you send it to, they're like, the walking sequence looks a little robotic, or the eyeballs are too far apart and it looks weird. If more than one, if like several of them give you that same criticism, you should pay attention to those. But if 4 different people or 5 different people each give you something completely unrelated, you're probably fine. Yeah. Everybody's gonna have one little thing like, I didn't like the way he said this thing or whatever. But if a bunch of people are like, yeah, I don't like the way he said the thing, it sounded very evil and out of character for him, be something to pay attention to. Yeah, but if you're sending it to a bunch of people and they don't really have any criticism about the style and they're all like, no, it looks great, you're probably good. There we go. Okay.
And the best thing about it is I can just because I have everything organized. I can just put all my grease pencil, because grease pencil, the grease pencil and the noise and stuff like that is what kind of slows down the file. But I just put it on its own layer, and I just turn it off, and it's all perfectly fine.
Now, you're not moving the noise modifier. I mean, not the line art modifier. Is that going, or did you apply it?
I did not apply it. No.
Yeah, the line art modifier. If your camera is not moving, go to the line art grease pencil object really quick.
It is wear and tear to
the one that has the line art modifier.
Line art here, this guy.
Yeah. So minimize that. Let me see everything you got. I would see what I would do if you want to keep them for settings. Turn the simplify and the line art off, like minimize them all, but turn them off completely, and make a duplicate of each one. Like put your mouse over line art and hit Shift D. And now put your mouse over simplify and hit Shift D. And turn all of them off on everything. Edit, render, everything except for the noise. Leave the noise one on. So line art 001, move your mouse over that and hit Control A and apply it.
Line art 001 right
Yeah,
here.
Control A. It should now simplify 001. Apply it. Same thing. Now, the reason that we leave the line art and simplify on there, and like they're just completely disabled, they're just there in case you want something. If you want to use them on another thing, it's just because if you apply it, it disappears, and now you've lost all your special line art settings that you've set. But now you've applied those because it's applying that line art modifier every frame. Every frame, it's reading the polygons and everything. Now, if the camera was moving around, you would need it because it would have to recalculate them. But if the camera is just sitting there, there's no need to recalculate it over and over again. The noise and stuff, sure, but apply the line art. The only reason that I duplicated those is so you didn't lose the settings. They're there in case you want to use them again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Same thing with mine. With mine, that's why I have them duplicated but completely disabled. Like they're there, they're just not enabled. I just don't want, because when you apply them, it deletes the modifier, and you may have had a bunch of complex settings like your noise scale and your location and all of that. When you apply it, it's gone. So when you add another one, you've got to sit there for 10 minutes and get it tweaked in. So that's why I always keep a copy of them there. I usually call it like line art DND for like do not delete or something. But now play it and see if the frame rate's better.
That is better, yeah.
Yeah, it's because
that's
it's
like
not
a lot better actually.
Yeah, it's because it's not having to calculate the line art modifier. Because even if your camera's not moving, it's re-scanning every polygon in your scene every frame. So like in the scene where like James is docking into the docking station or whatever, yeah, everything's moving. It does need to recalculate it every frame. But if it's a still shot like this, where I just need the one scan of the line art modifier and then keep those lines, and that's good. That's all I need. That's what you would do there. You would apply it, and then the only modifier that's running right now is the noise modifier, because you applied the line art, you applied the simplify. It's got the extra vertices for the noise modifier to work from, so there's no need for it to apply those over and over again. Oh yeah, if you turn that line art modifier on now, then you're just going to have double of every line.
Yeah.
Like it's. But do you get it though? You get the
I get it.
Modifier. Good. Yeah.
No, what I was thinking is that if I need to do another shot, I'll just need to come up with a new grease pencil, and I can just copy these modifiers and paste them.
That's what I'm saying. You just duplicate this grease pencil object.
Or yeah, I could just
you duplicate this grease pencil object, and then you go into edit mode and delete all of the vertices in it that have been applied. Just delete them, and then see, like right now, go ahead and do it. Delete all of them right now. Just delete everything. Delete all of them. Now go back out to object mode while it's still selected, and now duplicate the line art without turning them on. This is how I do mine. Duplicate the line art modifier, Shift D, and then Control A, apply the duplicate line art modifier.
Right here, this one.
You just hover over it and hit Control A, and then do the same for simplify. Shift D and then Control A. Yep, and there you go. You're right. You right back to where you were.
Oh, just right back where I started.
Yep. And you leave the noise when on, if you want it rendered or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah.
So when you make a new camera angle, on that new camera angle, you duplicate your grease pencil object, and you call it, grease pencil camera number 2. And you do the same thing. You move the camera angle, and then you do the Shift D, Control A, Shift D, Control A on the new camera angle. This is literally how I do all of mine. I want to show you the drivers that make certain things invisible based on if the camera's active or not.
I have not made a shot big enough where I have to actually
worry with that.
Huh?
Yeah, you will eventually.
I will eventually. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. But
Yeah, for
so
sure.
far, I've absorbed a lot of information.
Do you know what drivers are?
I believe you've explained it on stream a couple times, and
Here,
I've
let me.
seen
Uh,
it's when you
here.
can relate one attribute to another, right? So it's
exactly.
like, oh, I want
like this guy here. I want to take this dude's Z value, copy his new driver, and then paste it to this one's Y value, and paste as a driver. So yeah, this one, its Y rotation here is linked to the Z value of this one. So when I move this one up and down now, see the rotation, not this way and not this way, but the Z value, whatever this one's Z value is the exact value of the rotation of this one. You know, it's like if you wanted to have a nut and a bolt, and like as the nut goes up or whatever, the bolt like rotates. Yeah, or like gears or anything like that, like a nut going through a bolt or anything, or color values. Like, let me show you if I have it on James here. I don't know if his shadow material is, no.
I was thinking color value will be interesting, because if I could make like the color, if I could make the color of like, let's say, a shadow material in grease pencil be related to like the color of the environment, so that my shadows are
That's
always like the color.
literally what I'm showing you. I swear to God.
Really?
Dead Wolf and friends, hello. How's it going? Y'all come in.
Also,
I'm showing some cool Blender stuff.
yeah.
That is so cool. You said like literally like I know that what I'm getting ready to show you is going to be exactly what you're talking about. Hold on a second.
The other one that I saw, and this was when Leon's dad is watching the TV. I remember you said something like, "Oh, I did a driver to tie the color of the TV to like the color of the rim
to the
light or
lighting on him."
highlight.
Yeah. Same concept. Let me find a shadow.
That's so cool.
I think this works that way. Oh, let me see. Maybe not. I'll find the file. Hold on a minute. Oh no, it is. It's a shadow tint. Hold on a second. Yep, there it is. There it is. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong thingy. I think this is gonna work. Shadow tint. Okay, yeah, here we go. So I have his color linked to the RGB of this background. So you see, as I move the world ambient darkness color, it also changes. This is what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is just the world background, and I have its RGB linked to the shadow color. So like if the ambient color of this world is like red, like this is the darkest color that anything can get in the world in what you're using. So I have his shadow linked to that. Like if it's like a blue or whatever. Yeah, like this is it's so fucking hilarious that you mentioned that. You literally said what I was about to show you. But yeah, like all of my objects have that. And what it is it's just a tint modifier that only affects the shadow layer, and this color RGB. See the RGB, they're purple. If you see something that's purple, that means it's a driver that's linked to another value. And the value that they're linked to is just the RGB of the ambient world color. And like for this scene, I don't really have a color. It's just black and white. But, you know.
If you really want to make it look like super like menacing, I personally like doing all my indoor lighting. I always make it slightly green.
Slightly green.
Yeah, I always make it slightly green, and then my shadows are like slightly reddish.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what that
good
does. That's
color
that
theory.
fluorescent liminal space light, and that always gives like a bit of an uncanny feeling to your indoor environment. If you want to give it like, you know, a weird uncanny feeling to your indoor environments.
Yeah.
But I guess if you have a more like, oh, this is someone's basement in someone's house, you make the light really yellow, and you have somebody, oh, he's got like those really yellow ass light bulbs.
Yeah, yeah. The incandescent, like the warm ones or whatever.
Yeah. The interesting thing is that when you do indoor lighting and you still have yellow light bulbs, the way that you can make it sell that it's indoors is you make your shadows very much like a black or like a red, or like, you know, because if you're outside, you still have yellow light, but your shadows are more blue. And the reason why your shadows are blue outside is because of the color of the sky, you know? But when you're indoors, there's no sky, so your shadows tend to be very black. Same thing when you do city lights. You know, when you see the city lights are very yellow, but your shadows tend to be very, very black because the sky is no longer blue. Unless it's a full moon, and then your shadows are kind of weird, still very gray. But yeah, cool things we could do with lighting.
Yeah, this is the main thing that I use drivers for.
That's fucking cool.
But yeah, it's just and the way to do it here. Let's say this light here, whatever color this light is, I want to make a material that's in here. I want to make it just an emissive material or something that's going to catch the light. And its base color is going to be the same as the light here. So for this light, it's just doing this. If I change it to red, see, it's going to do all this, but it doesn't change the color of the emissive. So to add a driver, if this is something you want, it's very simple. Here, I'm going to just move this up here so you can see how to link it. So you can't just link a color as the driver. You have to go into its actual RGB. So here you would like the red value of it. You would right click it and do copy as new driver down here. Copy as new driver. And then you go to the material here and go to its color and go to the red and right click and do paste driver. It's that simple. But then, yeah, you go and you have to do it for the green and the blue as well. So copies new driver green, go to the green, paste driver. And then you go here to the blue, copy as new driver. And then you go to the materials blue and paste driver. That's it. So now this light, whatever color I change it to, see, it's going to change the color of that material to this color. It's that easy. Or if I have a cube and the Z value of this cube, I want to have it the same as like the red value of this color. Yeah, you go to the red, copy as new driver, and go to the Z value of this cube and paste driver. So now when I add red to its color here, see, doesn't matter the green or the blue, just the red value. See, notice that when I'm bringing the red value up and down, its Z goes from 0 millimeters to 255 millimeters. Not when I change anything else. Any value of anything you can copy as a driver and use it as a driver for a value of another thing. It's just like a pointer.
And it's like you can't have like, oh, I have all these drivers. Like you have to copy paste it. Just copy driver, paste driver, copy driver, paste driver. Yep. There's no like a.
But
kind of,
if Like, I mean, that's. I think that's an easy enough way as it is, honestly. But
No, I was thinking if I could have like, okay, this is all the stuff, or like I could have like a set. You know,
Mhm.
so, oh, this one goes here, or if we could do it in terms of nodes where you could just connect things. But I guess it's fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it. Maybe I'm thinking too much.
well, no, you tell me, like, when you get there and you have a thing that you're wanting to do, describe it to me and I'll tell you how to do it, or I'll tell you if there's a way to do it. But
Okay. If I ever come across something like that, I'll definitely ask.
mhm. But yeah. If you're just joining us for the first time, this is the scene where at the beginning of episode 3, it's just a continue. The first half of episode 3 is just a continuation of episode 2. Like, we find out, like, Bill gets in trouble, Farrah gets in trouble with her dad, and we find out what happens with Wolf when he takes the stolen ship to where he's taking it to. Big spoilers. And then we find out what happens to James McLeod. And then it gets on the news, and Fox, and he's back at Cale's house, and they're both sitting there on the couch watching the news on TV. And they find out what happened to his dad, or what the news says what happened to his dad. And then a little more grieving and whatnot, and that's the end of the first half of episode 3. But yeah, got a lot of the voice acting done for this part.
Leading Air Cadet William Lyle Gray, you are officially my arrestee. Sign at the bottom if you understand.
Burge, they aren't letting me make any calls.
Well, he should have been spotted by now.
He went straight out.
Oh dear.
Straight out? O'Donnell took a greenie out of Atmo?
I saw his angle. He was leaving.
Where's he heading, Gray?
I don't know.
Like hell you don't. You and O'Donnell go pretty far back, Gray. He's flying that greenie someplace, and it'll sure look a lot better if you go on and tell us now.
If he told me he was going somewhere, I wouldn't have let him fly it in the first place.
He's discharged! Why? How is he even here?
The young lady in 3 let him in. AFC Farrah Phoenix?
He said he just wanted to show off to her.
Phoenix.
Yep, her father's running for premier.
Passing second becomes clearer.
Well, that
and
would
clearer.
explain Cornerian
I know
Secret Service
exactly
getting
what I
here
want.
before us. Holding our phones.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that's us getting looked at for treason.
Sarge, this is all my fault. I take all the blame, but this isn't treason. I'm not that type of fella.
Oh, I know you're not that type of fella. You're the type of fella who couldn't hang a piss because he forgot where he put it.
Now, Burge.
2
Sorry, that one
years
came out a little
I
bit
put up
early.
with him. Of all the coconut-headed shenanigans
This is
you've
like
gotten up to,
sometimes I
this
find
is
myself
just the
like
cake
not
taker.
doing anything. I just,
Katina's
like,
already
stare
a joke to the
at
Cornerian home
my
branch.
work intensity.
What do you
And
think we're gonna
this
be
is something
now?
that I started doing more the moment I quit.
Greg,
Or like
the
the moment
sooner
I
you tell
just
us everything
almost
that
nearly
happened,
quit
the
all
sooner
my
we can get
social
this
media
resolved.
interaction. I just
I
go, like,
already
post
told
now,
you
but, like,
everything.
I find
I let him
myself
fly to
staring
show
at
off
my
for his
work.
girlfriend, and he flew
Just out
straight
of
out.
nothing. It's like I just look
If
at
you're
it
not
and go
gonna
like,
believe me, just
I'm
take me in.
thinking of my next like 6 or 7 moves. I'm thinking 7 or 8 moves ahead.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's
Oh,
definitely
I
made
sure
me a
will.
more patient
As
artist.
soon as you
like
sign
this.
that form.
I'm still
Before I
reading
would
it.
just, like,
Well, you
flicker
go
and draw
right
and
on
just,
and
oh,
read
just
it,
do
bud.
everything really quick
Take
and
all
I'll
the
just,
time
like,
you need, because
scroll in social media for like 10 seconds and then I'll hop back and I'll flicker and draw and then I'll roll back
Yeah.
on. It wasn't, you know, it's a bit of a waste of time, I think, but whatever.
Animating faces can be a pain in the ass. But I have a mouth layer, upper teeth, lower teeth, where I can, move them by pieces if I need to. If I just need to move just a part of a mouth or whatever, this makes it so much easier. It's my own system. Yeah, I don't use the 3D models. I use the 3D models for the teeth positions, but I don't really animate the 3D models' mouths for that stuff. Here, I can show you this without the grease pencils. And comes in.
Leading Air Cadet William Lyle Gray, you are officially my arrestee. Sign at the bottom if you understand.
And then she comes in.
Burge, they aren't letting me make any calls.
Well, he should have been spotted by...
He went straight out.
Oh dear.
Straight out? O'Donnell took a greenie out of Atmo?
I saw his angle. He was leaving.
Where's he heading, Gray?
I don't know.
Like hell you don't. You and O'Donnell go pretty far back, Gray. He's flying that greenie someplace, and it'll sure look a lot better if you go on and tell us now.
If he told me he was going somewhere, I wouldn't have let him fly it in the first place.
He's discharged! Why? How is he even here?
The young lady in 3 let him in. AFC Farrah Phoenix?
He said he just wanted to show off to her.
Phoenix.
Yep, her father's running for premier.
Well, that would explain Cornerian's Secret Service getting here before us. Holding our phones.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that's us getting looked at for treason.
Sarge, this is all my fault. I take all the blame, but this isn't treason. I'm not that type of fella.
Oh, I know you're not that type of fella. You're the type of fella who couldn't hang a piss because he forgot where he put it.
Now, Burge.
2 years I've put up with him. Of all the coconut-headed shenanigans you've gotten up to, this is just the cake taker. Katina's already a joke to the Cornerian home branch. What do you think we're gonna be now?
Gray, the sooner you tell us everything that happened, the sooner we can get this resolved.
I already told you everything. I let him fly to show off for his girlfriend, and he flew straight out. If you're not gonna believe me, just take me in.
Well, why?
The timing's a little off. Like I got to adjust
Sure
it.
will. As soon as you sign that form.
I'm
Good
still
truth
reading
call.
it.
Well, you
Call it
go
quick.
right on and read it, bud. Take all the time you need, because we're sticking around till your name is on that paper.
Great. Don't sign that.
I beg your friggin' pardon?
So great. I beg your friend. So yeah, these are the agents that are here to pick up Farrah Phoenix for her father, and they're like, yeah, you guys, you're not allowed to say anything. This didn't happen. Y'all are gonna go on a nice vacation here in a month. Just forget everything that happened here today. We're the
It's so
Cornerian
funny when
Secret
you do
Service agents. We're here to save the day. Yeah.
Yeah, also, by the by, before I forget, if you don't mind, I would love to have a Panthers model, if you don't mind me having it.
I suppose. I mean, he's not that fancy. It's very plain, but yeah, sure. Hold on a second. Short. I mean, I can just give you the faces file that has everything in it. Hey.
You already know what I'm gonna do with that Panther.
I have no idea, actually.
You have
I'm
no
singing
idea?
Suavemente by Elvis Crespo.
Oh, that is a great idea. That is a great idea.
Suavemente, bésame, que quiero sentir sus labios, besándome de suave, beso suave. I did a report on that song in high school, like 25 years ago.
Wait, how? What? A report?
No, in Spanish class, like we had to like find a Spanish song and research it and talk about it. And yeah, mine was Suavemente by Elvis Crespo. I found it by accident on Napster when I was like 16. Hold on a second.
You know,
faces.
That song is like, not just that it's a banger, but like it's like everywhere. Like you whenever I will go to a party with my parents, it's like, oh, well, all the old guys are having a little get together and stuff.
Yeah.
And it would play every time without fail. I would find somebody would playing it somewhere.
What's the other? Sonrisa? You know Sonrisa?
Sonrisa?
Algo en tu cara me fascina. Algo en tu cara no me mire, solo tu sonrisa. Solo tu sonrisa. That's another banger he did. That was good.
That means it could be your smile, yeah.
Yeah. Algo en tu cara me fascina. Yeah. But anyway. Oh yeah, this is spoiler alert. She's gonna be in episode 3. She won't be in part 1, but she'll be in part 2. I think she's only about a kid around the time that part 1's taking place. This is the new president of Venom after Andros. After Andros does his 1 term, he does not seek a 2nd term. He has a guy that he's been grooming for the spot, and that's his 2nd banana, this fella. And yeah, this is Reese without his cybernetic stuff in.
Big lad. He's almost like Mr. X now that I think about it, dude. He's like huge.
He looks like a bad guy from the 1990s Mario Brothers movie.
Doesn't he?
Like the spiky buttons and the slicked back hair. He looks like he works for King Koopa in the 90s Mario movie. I say that every time, but it's never not true. Yeah, I'll send you this file. This has all the head models. You can move them around. You know what to do with them. There's Panther.
I have to grab that Panther head and put it on a body, though, right?
He should have. I'm unhiding everything. If he doesn't, I'll just give you a different file. But he's supposed to be. Damn it, maybe not. Yeah, let me just give you the barbershop file. Yeah, because that'll have a grease pencil object of him in it too. Yeah, this is Panther. Just some random tests of him. So this guy, ignore this dude. Spoiler.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's something that you could also have your the grease pencilers practice on. And just give them a bunch of 3D facial expressions, and then give this sheet. It's like, oh, this sheet is great. This is basically an expression sheet. You know? This is something that
I need to make
have
one
on the side at all times.
Definitely.
So like, oh, this is what everything looks like.
Because you can do all of these easily.
He's right here if you play your cards right. Oh my god, that's great. That's great. You know, actually, you know what it reminds me? It reminds me a little bit of Super Mario 64, where you could play with Mario's face.
Hello!
It's me, Mario. Yeah, oh man. Oh,
yeah,
man.
I would sit there and play with it. Because that was the first thing 3D I'd ever really seen in my life that was, not on PlayStation.
And I don't know, it was just so much fun to play with. Like, just mess around with Mario's face like that. It's like, oh yeah, no, it was great.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah. And the DS version of Super Mario 64 had the little doodles that you could do at the beginning. You could do some drawings and stuff. It was also pretty cool. Not as fun, but it was, also cool to mess around with. Said the train conductor from the "Here Come the Little Hyenas."
You're very lucky. Yeah, just like with anything else, every object I do has a body, a head layer, an eyes layer. It's like his head layer, like if you hide his hat, like he's got hair underneath. It's all there. Just, the shadow layer is based on his hat. They're all set up the same way with the same number of layers. They all work the same way with my layer manager. Body layers, head layer, eye layer, tail, or hat. 1, 2, and 3 is body, head, and eyes. And then 4 is either the tail or hat or glasses or whatever. Then 5 and 6 are the arms and the hands, always. You can set them up a different way yourself. It doesn't matter, but that's just the way I have them for all of my projects. And then 7, 8, 9, if you have those layers, he doesn't. Like 7, 8, 9 are just extras. Like he has a shoulder blaster or a little thing, a drone that flies around that's on a layer or something like that if you don't want to give it its own object. Or if he's got, hair that hangs down in front of his face like an emo guy. You can put that on a layer in the front. You know, or whatever, like the things like a hair tassel that'll be in front of the nose and the mouth when the character's talking. You guys all watch anime, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Those would be on extra layers for sure. But anyway, yeah, let me find the barbershop thing.
Boy, Doomsday is approaching. And December 1st is right around the corner. Oh wow,
It's
actually,
my
now that I
fucking
think about
reference
it,
for the chicken guy literally used Falco and then ended up like, he's so different than Falco, I just didn't even use him and I just drew him from scratch. But for her, I used Panther. For him, I used a dog guy. For him, I think I used Panther for him. Yeah, it was like I just needed a basic cat face thing.
看一看，找一找，这个豹子一样的胖宝宝，忍不住要捏一下它的脸蛋。And you could be that special someone today. Don't hesitate. When the time comes, just act.
how do
Get
you
that
do the
credit
projection on the
card ready.
TV? Like you have to render it and set it as a texture, or
Do what now?
how do you do the projection on the
What,
TV?
wolf on the TV there? That's just a grease
Yeah.
pencil object. Like,
Oh, really?
this is just the screen. This is an actual texture, just a 3D material and two text objects. See, this is just a text object here and a text object here. See, I just type in whatever. And Wolf, though, he is literally just a grease pencil object.
Even the plushie? Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I have a 3D model of the plushie, but I put it there and I drew over it.
Right, right.
Yeah, yeah.
So you work on this scene, like on the scene of Wolf talking. You're working on a different file, and then you bring it over here, and then you put it where you need it, right?
Well, yeah, for this one, because you know it's at an angle, I would just I just have this flat one here.
Oh.
See, and I have a model of him there. Or yeah, this way. There we go. See, I have that here. And
You could be that special someone today.
And you just
Don't
okay,
hesitate.
okay. So he's
When
just
the time
like
comes,
okay. This is the same thing that you did for I can't believe I lost to this scum for the ad when he turns off the TV and stuff.
oh yeah, for the slime guy.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
had a linked copy.
I
where
do
you
know
do
of link
Alt
copies.
D
You've mentioned it
instead of
before,
Shift D. So you have another
yeah.
copy somewhere at a perfectly flat camera angle, and you do all of your drawing and animating there. And then in the actual shot, you just have a linked copy that's rotated at whatever angle it needs to be.
Right, right.
And it's the same thing at an angle.
someone today. Don't hesitate. When the time comes, just act. Get that credit card ready and call. Míralo, chavo. Está lindo.
I know I can do cool neon advertisements and stuff.
Míralo, chavo. Está
Cool
lindo.
neon signs.
Quiero que
I don't know if anybody can read that.
Para cada miembro del hogar.
I mean, it's just Farah and cat guy, but I made it look like a cat girl and a cat guy are in there. I mean, you only see it this big anyway. Yeah, I was so happy with how the Holy Santos came out. Even I didn't put any actual like saint pictures. I didn't want to draw like the saints as furry characters. Too much time, but
the message comes across. It's like this is
hell
this is
yeah.
a Latin American barbershop. You're gonna have the La Virgen. You're gonna have the Virgin somewhere in there. I like Wolf's picture.
Cornelius School of hairdressing.
Oh, nice. Ricardo Diego Jimenez. Oh, wow. Pantero Rivera García Caroso. Oh, wow.
It's like, no, hoy hace mucho tráfico en Interstate 4.
Very legit how he has 4 names, by the way.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I
in,
think he's here. Yeah.
You usually have 2 first names. You have a first name, a last name, and then you have a second first name and a second last name. So it's like the way it works. It's like, oh, your dad gives you a name, your mom gives you a name, and then you have your father's first last name, and then you have your mother's second last name after that. So when you sign like an official document with a full signature, they will ask you to have put all 4 names, usually. Depends on the type of documentation, but sometimes it will have you put all 4 names. And a lot of like forms will have like space, like extra space for you to put all your names on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
Вы не знаете, как добавить уюта вашему дому? У меня есть растение. Эта прекрасная игрушка исправит ваш дискомфорт своей добродушной улыбкой и умилительным носом.
Look at all the Russian beans. Okay, that one's an actual 3D object, though.
Yeah, that one is.
Okay.
Which is tagged with.
Wait, what? At the time of the happiness which is obtained with the money.
You
Okay,
know,
so it's just like badly
Japanese,
translated.
yeah, English, basically. I love that so much. I'm so happy with how that turned out. But yeah, anyway, let me get the dude here. Oh, it's not gonna. Hold on a minute. Wait, linked libraries. Ooh. Can I do that? That's going to take a long time. Let's see. Wolf add TV shots. Full delinked. I wonder if I can do that. Oh yeah, it's 900 megabytes. Yeah, okay. External data pack. All resources. Wait, what? What did that do? Enable to pack file lantern.png. Okay, well, that's delinked. That makes this 1.01 gigahertz. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll put it on Drive, but you can have this entire file It should have everything in it. So I'll upload that. It should have everything, even the sound and all that stuff. How much space do I have? Just let me know when you download it, and I'll delete it so I can get it out of my space. It'll just be easier than like finding the things that need to be linked and not linked and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can pick from it what you want. Well, thank you. The wolf ad thing, I wanted to make an ad for the Wolfgang plush, but I wanted it to also be a standalone cartoon, you know? Because some people will make an ad for a thing, and they'll be like, oh, okay, it was an ad, whatever, and they'll never want to watch it again. I like making the ad, but it's like, even if the thing's not for sale anymore, I want to go back and watch it because it was a funny cartoon. I'm so happy with how the music started. All right, it's uploading. I'll give you the drive link here in a minute. Less than a minute remains. All right, where are you at?
Somewhere on Discord, I believe.
Where is the word? No, I mean the file. Hold on a minute. My drive. Did I short? Wow, I'm looking right at it. Share. Anyone who has the link. Copy link. Yeah, let me know when you get that, and I'll delete it. That should work. That should have everything in the file. It'll load slowly, but the models are all there. But just so you know, the visibility of the grease pencil objects are all set to a driver. To where it's basically... it checks to see if it's basically like, oh, for Panther, he's on shot 16 or shot 18 or whatever. And I guess it should be 18. But yeah, like his pass index is 18. So when it's on camera 18, it's like anything that has a pass index of 18 for camera 18, it makes them visible. But the second that it goes to any other camera, anything with 18 as its pass index becomes invisible again. If you want to remove a driver, just right click on the purple thing that's driven and just do delete driver. Like on in the hair salon here, like all these purple, like his visible and render things, you can just, if you don't want it affected, because you see this, like you notice these on Panther and Anton and all of them here. If I move out, you see if I move out of the camera, you notice up there well, I have to pull it out a little bit more, but yeah, like you see the, like up here, the purple stuff. If it's any other camera shot, they're not there. But if it is, then they're all visible. and then when it goes to the next one, they're invisible again. Even if they have no vertices on their next frame and they're all empty, if they have effects like blur and rim light and stuff like that, even if they're empty, it's still processing them. So you'll eventually get to where you have like 50 or 60 grease pencil objects. Even if they're empty, your entire file will chug unless they are invisible. So you can manually, right click and insert keyframe and do like the green and orange and yellow keyframes on the visible and invisible. But later on, if you're like, oh, well, I want camera 18 to come 10 frames earlier, you've got to go through all of those and move their animation frames of the visibility settings over to this way. You don't have to animate anything. They're just like, is this camera active? It is? Okay, well then they're all visible. If it's on another camera, it just instantly turns them off. If I didn't do that, and even if all of these had empty frames after they're done animating, but they're still technically visible with blur and rim light effects and stuff like that, your file would chug. You wouldn't even be able to do anything. It would be so unplayable and slow. They don't tell you this stuff. They don't tell you this shit in like regular Blender. Like you have to figure it out on your own. The optimization part of it.
Yeah. I definitely ran into that problem again when I was doing the music video. Right around halfway through it, I was like, my undo is kind of slow, and I was like, fuck it, I just won't use it, and I literally animated more than half of that video without using any undo.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, I can.
Hey, I'll tell you
anybody has
this,
trouble with undo being too slow, I can help you with that.
Yeah. It just gave me more line confidence.
Yeah, it's just like, well, just don't make it. It's like drawing with pen instead of pencil. When I was a kid, when I drew Sonic the Hedgehog all the time, I refused to draw with pencil. I always drew with pen. I just hated the way that pencil felt. And
really?
I just got to where I didn't make any mistakes. Or if I made a mistake, I did Bob Ross's thing and turned a mistake into something else.
Happy little accident.
Yeah, happy accident.
We don't make mistakes, we just make happy little accidents. Sweet, but now I have Panther.
Some of my best friends were happy little accidents.
Oh, okay.
Is the file up though? Like it has everything in it? Put it
in
render.
No, it has.
I want to see. I want to see if it like, holy fuck. They weren't kidding.
Yeah, no, like everything's here. It's taking a bit to load, but I can just click play and it'll play.
In rendered
mode.
Oh,
It's got
too?
sound and everything.
Oh, is it playing the sound?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I had it pack in everything with the file. That's cool. I can just do that with 2 clicks. You just go up to File and External Data. Just pack linked libraries, pack all resources. That's awesome. I didn't know I could do that until 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll delete that from my Google Drive. Save up some space. Hell yeah.
How did you do that? Okay, what is this? Is this a model you flattened it?
Well, yeah, it's a model that rotates, and then I parented it to an empty, and I flattened the empty.
This is how Smash Brothers Mr. Game & Watch works. You know, if Mr. Game & Watch is Smash Brothers.
Let me show you how I did this. Watch, watch on my screen. I'm gonna add a monkey, and I'm just gonna do. Let's just do 10 frames. I'm going to give it a rotation frame. And then at frame 10, I'm going to rotate it 360 degrees and give it another rotation frame, make them both linear. Oh, here, let me do it at 50 frames. So this is what we got here, right? It's just a rotating monkey. It's doing a full rotation. But now I'm going to add an empty. just a regular empty object, and I'm going to parent the monkey to the empty. So while it's doing this, I can just grab the empty and move it around, rotate it, whatever, right? You take this empty and scale Y, scale Y, and then, make it 0.1 or whatever, and now you've got, it's doing its rotation, but it's adding the squish after the fact.
Holy shit.
See? So you just have this. You can do it anyway. You can do the scale Z and make it flat, and it'll do the rotate thing. You can scale it by X. Yeah, but it's not the monkey that's scaled. You add it to a parent, and then that parent you do stuff to it.
That's so freaky to look at. It's like, oh, it feels 3D, but the moment you move it, it's like, whoop, it's actually flat. Like if you look at it straight on, it looks perfectly 3D, That's cool. So that's how the plushie magic works.
Yeah. I know the Smash Brothers thing you're talking about. They bring something and they're like, oh wow.
It's in Smash Brothers, again, Mr. Game & Watch is actually a 3D model, and they use this exact same trick to make it look flat.
to make it look like it's images of the 3D model, but no, he's parented to an empty that is squished on the Y-axis or whatever.
And this is why when you pick up the metal cap with Mr. Game & Watch, he looks 3D, like he looks like he's embossed.
Yeah.
Because the model is actually 3D, and the metal cap has that shader on it that makes him look 3D. Another cool thing is that in Smash Bros. Brawl specifically, there are some stages that will, in Melee as well, there are some stages that will make the characters look flat. Exact same trick. They just grab the 3D model and flatten it.
Now this is the thing where if you have a cylinder, and you have, like trees. Let's say you have so you've got like a little tree on a cylinder, I guess. And then, you've got another tree and whatever, and and you have like a car or something, and you want it to rotate. Rotation. And then so you have this. It's like if it's a road and you've got the car driving on it or whatever, you would add an empty here and parent, get the empty out here, and you would take the road, parent it to the empty, and this you would flatten this, and then you play it, and the trees and stuff come up on the road like you're driving. Like if you're doing like a car driving thing and you wanted, like a road that the characters drive on, but it's like a rotating, repeating thing. This is how I did the car driving thing in for Wolf when he's driving Farah and Fox. I just like Slava made this big round thing with trees and stuff all over, and then I parented it to an empty and flattened it like that. So when you're up here, it just looks like a flat road that you're driving on, but it's actually a big round thing that's been flattened out.
The only thing is that the trees like squishing and like that.
Well, that's the thing. Like when the trees are up here at the place where they're supposed to be, you go in and edit it.
Right. You find
and
that
set
one
them
frame
right.
where
I mean, there's other easier ways to do it, but the way I did it, it was just the road. I didn't. The trees weren't part of it. I had the trees just parented to the vertices, so they would go by. But like for the road going by, the road was definitely done that way.
It's all right.
Yeah,
That's
it was
really
also
cool.
so huge by the time that they came up over the horizon and got close enough for the camera to see, they just looked regular. But yeah, there's a million things you can do to, manipulate this stuff. It's just the thing you should always remember is you can parent something that's fully rotating to an axis and squish it, and it'll still do the thing it was doing.
Very cool.
That's fun stuff.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit. Man, I keep learning new tricks. This is good. It's gonna be so much
That's
fun.
why I
This
tell
got me so
everybody,
much
if
fun.
you hang out here and hang out with me and all of our friends and stuff, you will learn so much shit. It's ridiculous. And I learned too. Just like when Joe came in the other day and he's like, I have this thing that won't turn off. I'm like, wait, that's a feature? I'm like, okay, first it's up here, but second, holy fuck, I didn't know this was a feature. So I told Joe, it's like, because you didn't know something, you just, and now that thing that he didn't know about, the thing was, he turned it on, he knew about it, and he turned it on, and then after a month or whatever, he forgot that it was on. I didn't even know that was a feature, like being able to sculpt only what you have selected in edit mode. I think you were here for that the other day when I was like, oh my fucking God. Yeah, I felt so dumb. Because I actually sent that in and nobody responded to it. And I was like, oh, because I was like, you guys need to have a thing where you you only sculpt the lines that are selected in edit mode. And it didn't even get like, they didn't even say like, oh, well, that's already a thing, dismissed, closed, ticket or whatever. Like no one even touched it. So I was like, oh, fine. And then I find out like, oh, I'm just dumb.
This is the thing why, like, there's really, I don't know, I feel like the more I use the program, the more I realize that whatever I need to do, the program already has it in it. I just need to find it,
Even if it's not an official, function, there's at least a workaround. I found for things like, I wish I could, like the depth of field on the line art modifier thing. It's like, yeah, you can't do it with a grease pencil, but you can convert the grease pencil into a Bezier curve and just give it a solid black texture and it will work. Like when I found that shit out, I was like, that was available. I could have been doing that for like 2 years and I didn't. And then I eventually found out about it and I was like, oh, well, I'm just going to pretend that I always did this. Yeah, it's there. Like even, and then there are a couple things that you can't, of course, but like 98% of everything I want to do in Blender, even if there's not an official function for it, there is definitely a workaround. Like there's a workaround. You can find something to make the visual style that you're looking for. Digital style.
Making shit in Blender, cool. Anyway, I should be heading to bed. It's like 1:30 a.m. over here.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll be around.
See you later. Thanks for the file, by the way. I'm gonna have fun with this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, pick it apart. Do whatever you want with it. And if you're stuck on something, let me know. You going to bed, Student Bubba? You've been awful quiet.
Yeah, it's because I've been on mute while I play stupid video games. But I'm probably going to bed in about 10 minutes.
People throwing stuff at me. You going to bed in 10 minutes?
Just about, yeah.
Well, then
I am going to bed in 10 minutes.
I don't think you are.
probably not. I don't know. I could be lying. We don't know. Today is, what, the 28th? No, it's the 29th. There's only one day left. There's only one day left of the Dirty 30. No. What even happens after the Dirty 30? I probably take a week off from streaming. I don't quit it. Karate chop. That's right. Get out of here with that. Oh, they're the worst. So mean. All right. One day left of the Dirty 30. Who would have thought? I mean, I'm still going to stream. I'm still going to stream like almost every day. It's just, I'm not going to be required to. I took a pledge for 30 days. I streamed for 30 days. We got a lot of stuff done. I'm happy with how it's been going. People are starting to get their wolf plushes in. I'm happy to hear that. But anyway, y'all have a good night. I'm going to go ahead and hop off of here. And I will see you all tomorrow for the last day of the Dirty 30. Have a good night.
No.